story you are about to see involves some facts about physiology, but it is more than a clinical report. It is a story that revolves around evolution.
In the natural world, survival is a constant struggle. There is danger everywhere. The need for food is never-ending. And in an ever-changing world, only the most adaptable make it. But thankfully, the ability to change and adapt is coded into our DNA. That is evolution. And that is what we're going to explore in Second Nature Season 2. I'm Danielle Dubeau, a wildlife expert at Animalogic. Joining me to unravel life's biggest evolutionary mysteries is biologist and bird expert Aranya Iyer.
Adult falcons reign at the top of the food chain.
And certified plant nerd Tasha the Amazon.
Isn't this so cute? This season, we're going to continue our fascinating journey into the mysteries of convergent evolution and look at how plants and animals are adapting to a changing climate and habitat.
With the planet changing faster than ever, many species have had to adapt in extreme ways, like the grove snails, which have lightened the color of their shells to adapt to living in our hot cities.
We'll explore how the smallest of human behaviors can lead to fascinating adaptations in the natural world, like how moths use moonlight for travel, but are adapting to other spheres of influence.
Second Nature Season 2 will bring you all this and many more fascinating stories of convergent evolution in our ever-changing world.
What do plants that have survived major extinction events have in common?
Why are there so many hermaphroditic animals?
And how do some animal and plant species grow to need each other to survive?
Come along as we take you on a journey to the cutting edge of evolution.
You'll never look at plants and animals the same way again.
This is Second Nature Season 2, a deep look at how wildlife changes, sometimes in the blink of an eye.
When you study science, you discover the marvelous interrelationships between all living things.
Hi, I'm Jess Keating, and this is Animalogic Second Nature.
I should like to tell you that I have seen some of the experiments shown in this film. As you can imagine, technique is everything.
The natural world is filled with imposters. These animals disguise themselves to look like something they're not, yet their goals are not unified. And different species use mimicry for a variety of reasons, from defense to attack to camouflage. Mimicry has formed the basis of many of our imaginary worlds. The replicants of Blade Runner, the Cylons of Battlestar Galactica, and the shape-shifting Skrulls of Captain Marvel, to name a few. And like all good science fiction, they take inspiration from nature. In a nutshell, mimicry is an adaptation that helps an animal, the mimic, resemble something else, the model, with the intent of deceiving predators or prey. There are a few broad categories of mimicry. The first is Batesian mimicry. This is when an animal adapts to look like a more dangerous animal. This is the sheep in wolf's clothing method. Species that use Batesian mimicry generally imitate species that are aposematic. Species that have evolved strong warning signals to tell predators that they're dangerous. This strategy works best when the population of models far outnumbers the mimics. Otherwise, predators wouldn't be particularly wary of their aposematic prey, whose bark turned out to be much worse than their bite. Probably the most iconic Batesian mimic is the mimic octopus. Unlike many other mimics, they don't just stick to one model, and are able to copy a variety of species, usually venomous ones. They can rapidly change their body shape, pulling their arms back and swimming along the ocean floor to resemble a banded sole, a type of flatfish that has poison glands along the base of its fins. If the mimic needs to swim across the open ocean, they will display a striped pattern and hold their arms up around them to resemble the venomous lionfish. And perhaps most impressively, in an act of defense, they will bury themselves, leaving just two arms exposed to resemble the highly venomous sea crate, a sea snake with enough venom to kill an adult human. In short, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's probably a mimic octopus. Similarly, this is not a bee, it's a hoverfly. These stingless flies disguise themselves as bees in hopes of deterring predators. Also, this is not an ant, it's a mantis. These baby predators have adapted to resemble ants, which are notoriously less tasty than mantids. Likewise, this is not a snake. It's a hawk moth caterpillar. These caterpillars have adapted themselves to resemble highly venomous vipers for obvious reasons. And finally, these are not honey badgers. They're cheetah cubs. Batesian mimics are found all over the world, and they're particularly common in butterflies and moths. Many species of butterfly that are tasty to predators, like the tiger leafwing, mimic butterflies that aren't so tasty, like the famously disgusting Heliconius. Several species of moth will use acoustic mimicry. They will mimic the sounds of moths that are less appealing to predators, like the tiger moth. The Phonomuta moth is an extraordinary case, as they're deaf but can reproduce tiger moth sounds. Cuckoos use mimicry as a core component in their parasite-host relationships. Cuckoos are brood parasites and lay their eggs in another bird's nest, tricking them into raising their young.
The famous brood parasite, the cuckoo bird, invades the nest of a pair of titlarks. The cuckoo will lay its own egg in the nest while stealing away the titlark's egg to eat it for itself. And here come the titlarks to chase the cuckoo away, but the damage has already been done. The eggs have been swapped. Eventually, the cuckoo egg will hatch, and the titlarks will raise the cuckoo as their own.
They've evolved plumage that resembles sparrowhawks, and scientists have found that reed warblers, a cuckoo host species, are less likely to attack a cuckoo that more closely resembles a hawk when they first invade the nest. Likewise, several different species of spider mimic ants. Though this mimicry comes at a cost, the small ways they have to adapt to resemble ants greatly reduces how many egg sacs they can have, and thus limits their reproduction.
Having made this super nursery, the mother takes no more interest in her young, and she soon dies.
The hawk moth caterpillar isn't the only caterpillar that's pretending to be something that it's not. The eastern tiger swallowtail has false eye spots and an appendage that sticks out of them that looks like a snake sniffing the air with its tongue. It also looks identical to Caterpie. The second group of mimics are those that use Mullerian mimicry. These groups all send the same honest signals that they're dangerous. This is similar to aposematism in that many are displaying bright coloration, but the difference is that the entire group will display similar patterns, mimicking one another. This is why poisonous frogs are brightly colored and why wasps and bees share their iconic colors. This can be seen in mammals by the white and black stripes that honey badgers, skunks, and polecats share. Emsleyan mimicry is when a deadly animal mimics a less deadly animal.
And a teacher is explaining that there are two kinds of attack, with warning and without any warning.
This one is interesting, because unlike other mimics, they aren't trying to look as scary as possible. They're trying to look kinda scary. If a deadly predator is so deadly that anything that attacks it will die, then the attacking predators can't learn to avoid them in the future, and other predators will continue this rate of attack. The deadly predator would thus benefit from camouflage rather than aposematism, as it would reduce the number of attacks. But in special cases, like with the Texas coral snake, they are able to imitate the similar looking but much less deadly false coral snake. This allows for predators to attack false coral snakes and not die, thus learning to avoid those types of snakes in the future and reducing the overall number of attacks on Texas coral snakes.
Well, this is our little coral snake buddy here. I just kind of wanted to go over some of the coral snake facts that we have. He has that red on yellow pattern that everybody's talking about. Same thing with any non-venomous snakes that kind of look like coral snakes. They can also have the red and yellow pattern that the coral snake normally has.
If you're too deadly, you can't teach lessons. This leads us to aggressive mimicry. This is the wolf in sheep's clothing approach. Many of these strategies involve using lures to mimic things that their prey eats. For example, the frightening alligator snapping turtle has a tongue that resembles a worm. They'll open up the nightmare fuel that they call a mouth and wait for prey that are dumb enough to try and eat the worm that is patiently waiting for them in what must look like a cave of horrors. Then, snap.
No animal can outsmart the allure of a lure.
Perhaps the most terrifying aggressive mimic is the Iranian spider-tailed viper. They employ both a mimic lure and highly effective camouflage to hunt their prey. The tips of their tails resemble spiders, and they will sit perfectly still, flicking their tail to and fro, as if it were a spider, in hopes of tricking a passing bird. The black drongo is a small bird found in Asia that mimics the alarm calls of several species, including the meerkat. Hearing these false alarm warnings, the meerkats will abandon whatever they just caught to flee for safety, leaving the meal all to the drongo. Finally, we come to what might be the most beautiful of all the mimics, the orchid mantis. These gorgeous mantises have evolved to be almost indistinguishable from orchids. They use this camouflage when hunting. They'll climb up an orchid and stand next to it. When a flower-seeking fly comes by for a snack, the mantis strikes. Looks really do kill.
Great, immensely powerful arms, each with its 2 rows of deathly suckers. Ooh, look out! That slithering death is right on you! He'll crush your bones into jelly! Look out, boy! Look out!
Most insects have natural enemies, parasites and predators. The larvae of a tiny wasp has destroyed the internal organs of this aphid.
Parasitic zombification. This horror of evolution is exhibited by multiple species separated by thousands of years on the evolutionary tree.
The larvae of such parasites grow up inside the bodies of their hosts and emerge to pupate and start a new life cycle.
From fungi that turns ants suicidal, to chest-bursting wasps, to worms that feast on the insides of crickets, science fiction really takes its cues from nature.
Wave of murder is being committed by creatures who feast upon the flesh of their victims. First eyewitness accounts of this grisly development came from people who were understandably frightened and almost incoherent.
Parasite-host relationships are in an ongoing battle of evolution. The two are continually adapting to try to find advantage over each other. None are more fascinating than the behavior-altering parasites, the parasites that turn their hosts into husks of their former selves, with all free will removed. Zombies.
Zombies, the living dead.
Ophiocordyceps are a genus of fungi found primarily in tropical rainforests. Like many fungi, they need to spread their spores through the air to reproduce. But when living in a relatively windless rainforest, this can be difficult. But the Ophiocordyceps have found a solution, a fascinating and horrifying solution: ants.
Ants are mostly a nuisance. New poisons are developed to rid us of insect pests.
The cordyceps will release a burst of spores as an ant passes by. If one of these spores lands on the ant, it can penetrate the ant's exoskeleton.
The skeleton of an insect is outside its body and is called an exoskeleton.
Once inside, the fungus grows rapidly, feasting on the ant's internal organs, and within 3.5 weeks, half of the ant's body weight is the fungus. The cordyceps severs the ant's nerves, cutting communication between its brain and muscles. It's now controlled entirely by the cordyceps. Yet despite this internal carnage, the ant still shows no symptoms. When the cordyceps have fully grown, it will guide the ant out of the colony, always when the sun is highest in the sky at noon, and lead it up a leaf that is 25 centimeters off the ground. The cordyceps are always sure to guide the ant to a leaf that is in their temperature sweet spot, between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius, and a humidity of 95%. This is the ideal temperature for the cordyceps to thrive. The leaf will also be close to an ant trail, making it easier for its spores to find a new host. Then, the cordyceps will have the ant bite the underside of the leaf, holding it in a death grip that the ant is unable to open.
Now, with the hook in deep, he twists it to make sure the victim will never get away.
Now, the cordyceps finishes the job. It devours the ant's brain, and over the next 3 weeks, it bursts out of the ant's head, forming a tall stalk. When grown, the stalk will begin to release spores along the nearby ant trail, claiming fresh victims. These parasites can devastate ant colonies, but ants have adapted. When they find a fallen ant, they carry its body far away from the colony in case it's been taken over by cordyceps. This is why it's so crucial for the fungus to force their host to look as normal as possible and thus skirt detection.
All law enforcement agencies and the military have been organized to search out and destroy the marauding ghouls.
This battle between ant and fungus has been happening for at least 48 million years. Scientists have found leaves of that age that have the trademark dumbbell-shaped death bite of the zombie ant. Yet despite their sinister reproductive strategy, cordyceps also find themselves victim to parasites.
And parasites that attack harmful insects are also helpful to man.
These parasites within a parasite are called hyperparasites. The one that the cordyceps are host to remains unknown. But they make it so that only 6.5% of all cordyceps can produce spores. Without these hyperparasites, ants would be in for a world of hurt. Cordyceps do target other species, but ants are the most effective due to their eusocial nature. Some ants find themselves victim to another type of parasite, the lancet liver fluke. These flatworms have a much more complex life cycle than cordyceps and begin their journey in the humblest of places, sheep poo. And what loves eating sheep poo? As it turns out, snails do. The fluke enters the snail, which shortly after releases it in little slime balls, an often favorite treat of some ants. Once eaten by the ant, the fluke will travel up to its cerebral ganglia. There, it releases a chemical that forces the ant to leave the colony at night, climb up a blade of grass, and wait to get eaten by a sheep. If the ant is so unlucky as to not be eaten, the fluke will have it return to the colony and pretend to be normal for another day, until it forces it to go out again. When it's eaten, the fluke will work its way into the sheep's liver, where it will lay its eggs to be excreted by the sheep, starting the whole process again. Other flukes follow similar life cycles, but instead of controlling ants to reproduce in sheep, they control fish to reproduce in birds. They infest the fish and then force it to constantly jump out of the water, making it an appealing snack to a passing gull. Lesson learned, don't trust a meal that looks like it wants to be eaten. Fortunately, the parasites found in water get a whole lot worse than flukes. The larvae of the aptly named kamikaze horsehair worm is born in water, where it is unknowingly gobbled up by other larval insects, like mosquito larvae.
The mouth parts are seen to be in constant motion when feeding at the water surface. Suddenly, the skin bursts along the middle of the back, literally oozing out of the pupal envelope.
When the infested mosquitoes eventually exit the water, they'll be eaten by crickets. Here, the horsehair worm will grow, sustaining itself by eating the cricket's insides. When it's fully grown and ready to mate, the worm begins to control the cricket's movements, forcing them to jump into the water and kill themselves. Multiple larvae can infest a cricket, leading to dozens of horsehair worms bursting from a single cricket. Once in the water, the horsehair worms will find a mate, reproduce, and restart the cycle. green crabs fall victim to a similarly grim fate. The horrifically named castrator barnacle will make its way through a crab's joint into its exoskeleton. The barnacle will find its way to the rear of the crab, where their eggs are incubated and emerge from the crab as a sac. From this point on, the barnacle begins to change everything inside the crab's body. If the crab is female, it destroys its reproductive organs, and if it's a male, the barnacle starts to change the shape of the male to resemble a female. These body snatchers force the crabs to care for and lay their eggs as if they were their own. These parasites stay with the crab and use it to reproduce and guard its young until the crab dies.
This hornworm, covered with small silk cocoons, is doomed to die. A parasitic wasp laid its eggs within the hornworm's body.
Dinocampus coconelli wasps employ a similar strategy. They hunt ladybugs, and when they find one, they inject their egg into it. After 20 days, the egg emerges from the ladybug and forms a cocoon between the ladybug's legs. Zombified by a virus transmitted by the egg, the ladybug will defend the cocoon at all costs, which drastically increases its survival rate. Fortunately, this story has a happy ending. Well, more so than the others. About 25% of ladybugs recover from the zombification after the wasp has left the cocoon. But king of zombies, the ladybug killer is not. That title goes to the emerald jewel wasp. These wasps zombify cockroaches, usually about twice their size. When they find one, they sting it 2 times. The first sting temporarily paralyzes them. This second sting is much more precise. They surgically target the part of the cockroach's brain that controls dopamine output, stopping it, and taking away all free will of movement from the cockroach.
Cockroach spreads disease as well as ruining food. This is an enemy of man.
The wasp will eat one of the roach's antennae and use the other like a leash to walk the cockroach to its grave. Once in the hole, the wasp will lay her egg on the roach and block the entrance on her way out to protect her egg from predators. 3 days later, the egg will hatch and the larvae will burrow into the still living, still zombified cockroach. The larvae will feast on the insides of the cockroach before forming a cocoon. There, it will stay in the now dead roach until it finishes its metamorphosis, at which point it will burst out of the cockroach.
Millions more insects are hatching out all around us. New hordes of insects to compete with the swelling population of mankind for the necessities of life.
How can light, in nature undisciplined, be harnessed for communications? The light it generates is a kind of light never before known on Earth.
Bioluminescence, the evolution of being able to light up. This mesmerizing ability is found in a myriad of species around the world. From deep-sea fish to cave-dwelling worms to the fireflies you might see in your backyard. Yet, despite this shared phenomena, many of these species came about it individually.
There is special interest in a special kind of light wave. In other centuries, they would have called it magic.
Bioluminescence has evolved separately at least 50 times in dozens of species found in habitats around the world. This is called convergent evolution, when species not closely related develop similar traits and abilities to deal with their environments. Bioluminescence is the result of a chemical reaction between 2 chemicals, luciferin and luciferase.
another pathway to research in the spinning worlds of atomic structure.
When luciferin is oxidized in the presence of a catalyst, the photoprotein luciferase, it produces light. The intensity of the light is reflective of the velocity of the enzyme-substrate reaction. This reaction produces a cool light that creates very little heat. Yet, luciferin is not native to all bioluminescent species. Several species absorb luciferin by eating species that do produce it, or form symbiotic relationships with them.
The ocean floor is a dream world, silent, vast, mystic, unreal, lonely beyond words, beauty that haunts one, majesty all its own, inhabited by strange, weird creatures like this great sea anemone.
The majority of bioluminescent animals live in the ocean, as fresh water is too murky for their glow to be effective. These marine organisms tend to produce light at the lower end of the spectrum, blue light, as it travels furthest in the water. Terrestrial animals, like fireflies, often produce a yellow light, as that's the color to which they have the most sensitivity.
A jumble of waves of different sizes and colors, radiating outwards in wild disorder.
Despite its similarity in unrelated species, bioluminescence is used in many different ways.
Now you notice that his head is being screwed on tight. He really does need that down under the water. You've heard of fountain pens that write underwater. Well, this is a camera that takes pictures underwater, which is even a harder trick to perform.
Deep in the ocean lies a creature that has remained virtually unchanged for 300 million years. The vampire squid.
Merciful powers, what's this eerie shape?
This deep-sea marvel is neither vampire nor squid, and instead scavenges the depths for organic matter. When threatened by a predator, it'll turn itself inside out, hoping to scare it off with its sinister appearance. Having no ink sacs, as a last resort, the vampire squid will release a burst of bioluminescent mucus, startling its predator as the squid escapes. Sea cucumbers and brittle stars don't have bioluminescent mucus to distract their predators, but they don't let that stop them. When threatened, they can detach bioluminescent parts of their bodies, confusing their predators as they limp their way to safety. Some comb jellies are bioluminescent, but it's not the ones you might think. Many comb jellies simply appear bioluminescent. When they have a light shone on them, their rippling combs catch the light and reflect it in gorgeous rainbow patterns. Those comb jellies that are bioluminescent use their ability as a defense. When threatened by a predator, they will emit a flash of light in hopes of startling their attacker whilst they escape.
Similar tiny beams of light are entering your own eyes.
Bioluminescence is not always used in defense. Sometimes it's used to hide. Lantern sharks like to combine these two strategies. They have bioluminescent organs along their abdomen, which they use to replicate the color of the sky. With little in the deep sea to blend into, color matching with the sky is an excellent way to hide from predators or prey beneath you. This is called counter-illumination. But lantern sharks also have light-emitting cells on their spines. They use these to warn predators that they're dangerous. The theory is that their deep-sea predators have better sight than their prey, and their prey won't see their dimly lit spines until it's too late.
These organs actually attract prey when they're feeding in the deeper zones of the ocean. It brings prey to them, which then they can prey upon.
This is aposematism, and it's quite common among the bioluminescent.
The scientist is an explorer, moving day by day from the known to the unknown.
Millipedes in the Motixia genus, found in California, produce cyanide. In order to warn predators that there is more to them than meets the eye, these millipedes glow blue at night. Similarly, railroad worms employ a series of yellowish-green lights on their sides to warn predators that they're toxic. Though some species feature a red light on their heads, which they use when they're hunting. This acts as a headlight for the railroad worm, but to their prey, they're invisible, as most insects cannot see red.
Now, anybody who hasn't a firm grip on his emotions had better not look anymore, for something's going to happen around here, and I don't mean maybe.
Several species of dragonfish, including the stoplight loosejaw, and it is what it sounds like, employ a very similar strategy. They produce a red light that helps them hunt, which their prey is unable to see.
A light 10 million times brighter than the light on the surface of the sun.
What's most interesting, though, is that loosejaws can't naturally see red light, and they need to eat copious amounts of copepods in order to get their required pigments to see red.
Fish from hell, that's what you are.
Sperm whales also employ bioluminescence in order to find prey, though not directly. Instead of eating bioluminescent plankton, they use it as a lure. When a fish that does eat plankton approaches, the plankton shines, alerting the sperm whales that their meal has arrived.
Science itself cannot know the total promise, for it stands now only at the threshold of its exploration. Yet, this narrow pathway of light leads surely to tomorrow.
Deep in the caves of New Zealand live one of the world's most mesmerizing species, the glowworm. Inside the Waitomo caves, these worms produce thousands of gorgeous blue dots that look like a fantastical night sky. But their beauty is part of their trap. These glowing larvae use their bioluminescence to lure prey into their sticky silk threads, trapping them before pulling them up towards their mouths and devouring them.
In this submerged world, queer, unreal lights play across the ocean floor. Strange fish peer out of unexpected corners. Forests of gently undulating seaweed. Gaudy shells, which at the touch of the diver's foot become animate and scuttle away.
Possibly the most famous bioluminescent creature also uses lures, the deep-sea female anglerfish. These monstrous-looking deep-sea hunters feature a bioluminescent lure, which they use not only to attract prey, but mates. Anglerfish are incredibly sexually dimorphic, and while the females look like something out of the mind of H.R. Giger, the males are tiny and bland. These males spend their entire lives searching for a female to mate with, and her having a glowing lure certainly helps.
A beam of light more intense and more precisely directed than has ever been produced in man's history.
Fireflies employ a similar strategy. Male fireflies use bioluminescence to light up in different patterns to tell females that they're single and ready to mingle. Though sometimes it's a trap. Some females will light up using a pattern of a different, smaller species. When a male arrives to mate with her, the larger female firefly will eat him. They're real femme fatales.
So you see, women need to know as much about science as some men do.
These interesting mechanics of the lens are not generally known, and the facts presented here have only recently been accepted by science.
Hi there. Well, what you doing away back there? Come on up here. Ah, that's better. I'm glad you dropped by. I've got a little story I think you'll like.
A species' survival is entirely dependent on its ability to exploit and compete for the resources in their ecosystem. But sometimes those ecosystems change, and animals that have excelled with one strategy for thousands of years all of a sudden need to adapt. This can mean specializing in a new niche, broadening their niche to a more general diet, or pushing into an entirely different territory. Over time, this can lead to the creation of a new species. Amphibious mammals. Currently, several species of terrestrial mammals are dealing with ecosystem changes that have them turn into a life in the water.
Take this mother hippopotamus and her young son Sebastian, who is just learning to swim and is sticking close to mom.
Here in Canada on Vancouver Island live the sea wolves. These wolves are a population of gray wolf that are beginning to draw a genetic line in the sand, or beach. Unlike interior wolves, who primarily eat elk and deer, these coastal wolves eat seafood. Their diet is made primarily of salmon, but they also eat clams, seals, otters, and marine carrion. These elusive wolves roam the coast in packs of up to 20. They travel great distances in search of food, either by land or sea, and have been recorded swimming 12 kilometers in a single go. They are roughly 20% smaller than interior gray wolves, and DNA testing has found that they are actually genetically distinct from their mainland cousins. When hunting salmon, they hunt much like grizzly bears. They stand in the shallows where the salmon are spawning and catch them as they jump out of the water. These wolves were driven to the coasts and islands as their original territory was logged, leaving much less room for prey and predators to survive. Yet, while life on the coast isn't what gray wolves have excelled at historically, they have found some advantages. Hunting small prey like salmon is a lot safer than hunting their traditional diet of large ungulates, which could injure a wolf during the hunt. If interior wolves wanted to hunt salmon, they'd be competing with grizzly bears, who take to the islands in much smaller numbers, if at all.
Then one of the great epic struggles of nature begins. Day after day, week after week.
Grizzly bears are amphibious mammals, but they don't swim all that often. They primarily hang out in the shallows, waiting for salmon. Polar bears, on the other hand, are much more aquatic. Their habitat is made up of ice, and as that ice melts, they must take to the seas far more often. They have huge paws, designed for pushing their aerodynamic bodies through the water. They spend the majority of their time in the water traveling, preferring to ambush seals at seal holes rather than diving for them. Though, they will use the water as a means to approach unsuspecting prey stealthily. But they're not alone. Jaguars too use the water to silently approach their prey before striking. Living in such vast, diverse, and changing ecosystems, jaguars have become much more generalist in their diet than other big cats. They are fantastic swimmers and will dive into the water to hunt turtles, fish, capybaras, and caiman. In the Sundarbans, in the mangrove forest, tigers often take to the water to cross from island to island in search of prey. While tigers are less amphibious than jaguars, if their prey tries to escape them in the water, they will dive in pursuit. Though in the East, the cat that reigns supreme among amphibious mammals is the aptly named fishing cat. These rare felines are found in the Bay of Bengal, with most of them living in the mangrove forests and swamps of the Sundarbans.
These cats are right at home in the water.
They are excellent swimmers and hunt their aquatic prey either by fishing it out from the surface with their big paws or by diving in to get it.
These bulky-looking cats might not look like amazing swimmers, but they have a few adaptations that give them an edge.
Their paws are partially webbed. This helps propel them through the water as well as giving them more surface area to walk on when strolling through the muddy wetlands, stopping them from sinking in.
They also have thick layers of fur perfectly adapted for life in the water.
The bottom layer is short and dense. This keeps the fishing cat's skin dry and warm while swimming. The top layer is longer, and this is where they get their pattern. This is used for camouflage.
It looks like revenge, but the cat will be all right, a little wiser and cleaner.
Fishing cats took to the water for survival. There was far too much competition on land from similar predators, but now they face the opposite problem.
As humans are pushing further and further into their territory, the wetlands are beginning to disappear, and the fishing cat will be left to either adapt or die.
While the kingfisher might hold the title for the most graceful diver, perhaps the cutest diver is the ridiculously adorable water shrew.
These shrews are the smallest warm-blooded diving species in the world. They're about the size of your thumb.
They are primarily insectivorous and have found a lot of success hunting larvae in the water.
They can dive for up to 45 seconds. Not the longest dive in the world, but it's long enough for them to catch their prey. When they dive, their fur fills up with bubbles, and when they stop swimming, the bubbles push the shrew straight up to the surface, like an adorable little life jacket.
These bubbles also give the shrews a layer of insulation, reducing heat loss underwater by about 50%.
This is especially helpful for the North American species which dive in cold water for most of the year. Though, the North American species have another adaptation for staying warm during their cold dives. They can control their metabolic demands, creating more body heat on command.
There are even some reports of water shrews that are able to walk on water.
You gotta get this, Eric. This is like pretty significant now.
Their feet are covered in little fringes of hair that may help trap air bubbles like their fur, allowing them to not break surface tension. This could be helpful when escaping predators, or possibly when hunting prey as it emerges from the water. Unlike all the other animals we've talked about who have changed their behavior to take advantage of a new or different ecological niche, the swimming pigs of the Bahamas started swimming after the discovery of an entirely different niche: tourists.
The pigs of Big Major K have discovered that if they're really cute, humans will feed them. And as it turns out, swimming pigs are in fact pretty damn cute.
We're not entirely certain how the pigs got to the island in the first place. They may have been brought there by people hoping to settle. They may have swam to shore after a boat capsized, or they may have been brought as tourist traps.
Whatever the reason, they are certainly making the best of it.
There isn't a lot of food for them to eat on the island, so their diet relies entirely on what people bring them, hence the cuteness.
But this isn't a habitat that they chose to push into. Instead, they're making do in a habitat where they're not meant to be.
Recently, 10 pigs were found dead on the island. This was in part due to people giving them alcohol. But autopsies revealed that it was primarily from ingesting large quantities of sand. Tourists would throw their food on the beach, which the pigs would then swallow whole, sand and all. This small island leaves them little room to adapt. A couple of dry months can easily decimate their populations, forcing them to eat and drink things that they shouldn't.
This is not the first time that mammals have sought new niches in the water.
The ancestors of whales and dolphins turned to the sea for food and slowly transitioned from terrestrial to amphibian to fully aquatic.
Will these more recent changes in behavior lead to a more permanent split? With the world changing as rapidly as it is, it's anyone's guess.
Understandings are first gained by seeing things at first hand, watching, experiencing.
Metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis, when one thing becomes another.
Metamorphosis.
When we talk about growth, we usually think of growing up.
Metamorphosis.
But the long road of growth is not just up. If it were, it would mean that this little baby would someday look like this.
This process is a truly mind-boggling phenomenon shared by over 65% of all animal species on Earth, the majority of which are insects.
Insects develop from young to adult in 3 different ways. They all start from eggs, of course. Silverfish illustrate the first method. The young are much like the adult except in size. There is no metamorphosis.
So many insects undergo metamorphosis that it would be easier to count those that don't than those that do. 2 common insects you may be unlucky enough to see regularly that don't metamorphosize are silverfish and bristletails.
There are 2 broad categories of metamorphosis, complete and incomplete.
Incomplete metamorphosis, which means no basic change in structure from nymph to adult.
Incomplete metamorphosis is when an insect changes in several stages called instars or nymphs, depending on the species.
These changes are often very gradual, and some species can have up to 15 nymphal stages.
They start as eggs, then they hatch, and at the end of each stage they molt. During molting, the insect separates from their cuticle, their equivalent to skin. They begin to secrete materials that will form their new cuticle, while their old one eventually disintegrates and they break out of it. They're soft at first, but their new cuticle hardens up within a few hours.
During this process, they gain new features.
Cockroaches and crickets, for example, gain wings through molting, and their sexual organs only become functional after their final molt.
The young, called a nymph, has no wings. It gets wings in its final molt.
Because of this gradual development, adult insects that undergo incomplete metamorphosis tend to look like their babies, but with extra features, like a Pokemon's final form, except for maybe Magikarp.
Complete metamorphosis is where things start to get really interesting.
Complete metamorphosis shows 4 distinct changes from egg to adult. The cycle starts when, for example, an adult Mexican bean beetle lays a cluster of eggs.
Species that undergo complete metamorphosis go through 4 distinct phases: egg, larva, pupa, and adult.
Each one of these life stages serves a specific purpose. The goal of a larva is to eat as much as possible so that it can grow and develop, while the goal of an adult is to reproduce. In fact, in some species, the adults don't even eat. They spend their entire adult lives trying to reproduce, fueled by the energy stored by their larval stage.
Larvae hatch from the eggs. The larval stage is mainly a feeding stage.
Goliath beetles can live for up to 2 years in the larval stage and get particularly swole in preparation to pupate.
Now this one is 33 grams exactly now.
The adults generally lay their eggs near a food source so that when they hatch, the larvae can quickly begin to stuff themselves with as much food as they can eat.
As they grow, they molt, and once they've developed enough, they pupate.
When all of the black widow's eggs have been eaten, the maggots pupate.
During this stage, they develop into their final form, adults. Some insects, like moths, form cocoons out of silk or poop to protect themselves as they go through this radical change. Butterflies, on the other hand, don't form protective cocoons, and instead their exterior forms a hard chrysalid. And like butterflies, they can be breathtaking. Some even look like gold.
The chrysalis is a resting stage, during which the animal changes into a beautiful butterfly.
During this stage, the larvae release enzymes that dissolve their own tissue.
Once broken down, the adult structures begin to form out of tiny clusters of cells called imaginal discs. These imaginal discs are cells that are present when the larvae are born. They are attached to their epidermis by a thin stalk and remain dormant throughout their larval stage. Though once awoken during the pupal stage, they go to work.
What they're able to do is almost too fantastical to be true.
Once they're activated, the cells begin to divide very quickly to make more cells, eventually building entire structures like wings in just a few days.
Even more fantastical is the fact that these elements are developed independently of one another and then attached later.
So a wing may be grown in one area and then moved into place, somewhat like assembling a car. You don't have to build each part where it's going to end up. So a leg could be formed near the head and then moved down to its thorax.
Even more fantastical is the fact that some butterflies can remember things from when they were caterpillars.
A caterpillar is a growing up stage in the life of a moth or butterfly.
A group of scientists did an experiment where they would emit a particular smell and then administer a small shock to a caterpillar. The caterpillar would learn to avoid the smell in the future. But the surprising thing is that after the caterpillars went through their metamorphosis, in which their bodies are completely dissolved and reformed, when presented with the same smell, the adult moths would freak out. This suggests that parts of their nervous system have continuity through their radical body change.
By the way, do you know how to tell a butterfly from a moth? Well, the best way is to look closely at the animal's antennae, or feelers.
Roughly 98% of all insects undergo metamorphosis, but it wasn't always this way.
For millions of years, ametabolic animals, or animals that don't metamorphosize, reigned supreme. These early insects hatched as miniature versions of the adults, but that all started to change around 300 million years ago when a new player emerged.
These new insects hatched with bodies that were radically different than their adult forms.
Not only did they look different, but they behaved differently too. They ate different food and occupied different niches. Soon, they started to change their shape to best exploit the resources. For example, some newborns began to look more like worms in order to dig better and find meals underground, while the adults became larger and evolved tools for defense against predators, better vision for flying, color vision to find the tastiest food, and so on.
Since insect generations are so short, new adaptations can evolve very quickly.
Eggs began to hatch earlier and earlier. These pre-nymphs got better and better at fending for themselves and didn't need to stay in the egg as long. These became known as larvae. Though despite how adept these new larvae were at finding food and surviving outside the egg, they still lacked the sexual organs they needed to reproduce. Instead of a slow, gradual transformation, gaining sexual organs as they matured, these insects underwent brief periods of accelerated change, what we now know as pupation. With their various life stages able to dominate different niches, ametabolic insects, who could only specialize in one area and had to compete with their own young for survival, were pushed out of the market.
Insects aren't alone. Amphibians and some fish also undergo metamorphosis.
Frogs, salamanders, and all other amphibians can live on land, but they lay their eggs in the water.
The adult toad spends most of his life on land, but when spring comes, he returns to the pond for the mating season.
When the eggs hatch, the babies emerge with external gills and some fish-like features like fins and a lateral line, an organ that detects vibrations in the water and changes in water pressure. Frogs and toads begin as tadpoles, and as they grow, their legs appear under their gill sacs and their mouths become larger. They start to transition from vegetarian to carnivore, and their intestines lose 75% of their length as a result. They lose their lateral line and instead develop binocular vision, which gives them depth perception. Their tails stay around a bit longer than the rest, but ultimately are lost. Depending on the species, this transition from legless vegetarian swimmers to hopping carnivorous amphibians can take between 2 and 8 months to complete. Some salamanders, like the axolotl, don't undergo a full metamorphosis and stay in their aquatic form instead, retaining their external gills throughout their lives.
Amphibian metamorphosis is controlled by a single hormone called thyroxine, and we still really don't know how it works.
This single hormone tells tail muscles to die, tells limbs to grow, tells intestines to shrink, and makes lateral lines completely disappear.
All that from a single hormone.
I'd like to know more about different kinds of hormones.
Some species of fish also undergo metamorphosis controlled by thyroxine, though not nearly as many fish metamorphosize as insects, as their environment doesn't change all that much.
That said, the fish that do change their strategies as they mature.
Flatfish are born symmetrical and swim around like regular fish, but as they age, their eyes slowly start migrating to one side of their head so that they can eventually stop swimming and spend the rest of their lives on the ocean floor. Eels have 4 stages of metamorphosis, and their larvae are hands down the most mesmerizing larvae in the animal kingdom. In some species, they can stay at this stage for over 2 years, looking for nutrients as they grow and develop.
Salmon undergo metamorphosis because they are anadromous.
They battle their way upstream against swift currents, seeking quiet waters where they may spawn.
Their lives begin in freshwater. Then they go out to sea, and finally they return to freshwater to spawn and die. They start out as alevins. During this stage, they survive off a yolk sac that is attached to them out of the egg. When they finish the yolk, they swim to the surface, fill their swim bladders with oxygen, and begin to look for food. In this stage, they're called fries. As the fries migrate to the ocean, they get larger, grow scales, and turn silver.
They mature in the ocean before returning to the stream from whence they came.
They stop eating and begin to make the struggle upstream. Once they've reached their destination, the males develop a hooked nose to fight each other for mating rights.
After they spawn, they die. Metamorphosis is how most things on this planet get by, yet despite this, it's far too fantastical to describe it as common.
The astonishing change that takes place in this phase of the life cycle is known as metamorphosis.
The principles of growth and development we've seen in this film apply to all human beings. Now let's begin our discussion by answering the first question from the preview committee. Who can tell us when human growth begins?
Hematophagy, the practice of drinking blood from another animal.
Speculation continues as to who will be the next victim.
These predators are vampires.
300 million years before man appeared on Earth. With time to develop varieties so diverse, their numbers are beyond conception.
For much of the odds, vampires dominated our cultural landscape. Yet for all their sparkling, headboard-shattering, sleep-stalking charm, they couldn't be further removed from their inspiration in the natural world.
There are over 15,000 species that drink blood. Some species drink blood in order to survive or reproduce. These animals are exclusively hematophagous. Others do it as a secondary source of nutrition. They practice hematophagy opportunistically.
The earliest known vampires are proto-mosquitoes, and they lived about 220 million years ago.
Yet not all bloodsuckers trace their roots back to these mosquitoes. Vampirism has evolved separately at least 6 times in invertebrates.
Blood-sucking isn't as straightforward as it seems, and it requires specialized adaptations for the evolutionary strategy to succeed.
The first step is finding a host big enough to feed on, and then figuring out how to attach yourself to said host.
Oh, good, it's going in deeper. I can feel it piercing more.
While the method of many of our fictional vampires requires that slow, spooky stalking to find a host, for many vampiric insects, it is not so easy.
Many of these blood-sucking insects don't even have wings, and have to rely on their hosts and environments for dispersal. Ticks, for example, wait on blades of grass for a host to walk by close enough so that they can attach themselves.
Man's ancient enemy continues to multiply. This tick alone, in a few generations, can give birth to young outnumbering the population of China.
Batflies also lack wings, and many species have evolved to be hyper-specialized to bats.
They're hard and flat, and their legs are covered in little hairs, all of which make it very difficult for the bats to dislodge or kill them. They're born, raised, and die all on bats.
Imagine having a tick on your face for your entire life.
Along with ticks and mites, 10,000 species are man's mortal foe. Insect carriers bring death and disease to man himself.
Insects that are able to hunt prey, like mosquitoes, rely on vision, temperature cues, and chemoreception. Tracking CO2 emissions is the most common way these vampires find their meals.
Like my dear old gran used to say, if it breathes, it bleeds.
Once they've found prey, they need to not get killed. This can be tricky, as the prey of a vampire is often thousands of times larger than themselves. Many insects, like mosquitoes and leeches, inject analgesics to prevent the host from feeling the bite until after they finish drinking.
Blood makes a particularly appealing meal because it contains a lot of nutrients, specifically iron, salt, protein, and fat. But it also contains a lot of water.
This can make the vampires heavy after feeding, increasing their chances of being preyed upon. Mosquitoes are able to filter out the nutrients from the blood and expel the water, but not all vampires are so adept.
A male mosquito cannot bite or suck blood. A newly emerged male may try blood suction without success.
Drinking blood as a primary source of nutrients is difficult, as it contains almost no vitamin C, and so vampiric species either need to adapt to produce their own vitamin C or be able to get by with much less of it.
Mosquitoes are quite possibly the most hated insect on the face of the earth, and that title is very well deserved.
They spread horrific diseases around the world, and they ruin the outside. So perhaps it will give you a sense of poetic justice that mosquitoes too fall victim to bloodsuckers. Mosquitoes are targeted by little midges that drink their blood by puncturing their abdomens with their proboscis. Their mouthparts attach very securely to the mosquito and will stay attached for up to 56 hours, through flight and all.
If that's not justice, I don't know what is.
The spider spinning his web for the unwary fly. The blood is the light, Mr. Redfield.
Ivarka kulikavora, a jumping spider from Kenya, also targets mosquitoes for their blood. These spiders go after mosquitoes that are full of blood, in part for their nutrition, but also for mating. Jumping spiders that eat full mosquitoes have been found to be more attractive to the opposite sex. In a feeding frenzy, one jumping spider can kill up to 20 mosquitoes in rapid succession. They kill more than they can eat.
These jumping spiders are true heroes.
Challenging mosquitoes for the title of the worst are kissing bugs and bed bugs.
There's a little bug hiding right in there.
Bed bugs are particularly awful, as they seem to have adapted to feed specifically on humans. These bloodsuckers are particularly difficult to fight because the symptoms of their bites don't show up until several days after they've bitten you, giving them plenty of time to hide. This is compounded by the fact that bedbugs only need to feed about once a week. Like mosquitoes, they inject their prey with anticoagulants and painkillers before biting to prevent their prey from noticing.
So this client tells me she noticed this 2 weeks ago. She may have noticed them 2 weeks ago, but she's had them a lot longer than 2 weeks. Saying like they're just friggin' everywhere.
Kissing bugs or vampire bugs are obligate bloodsuckers that are equipped with a huge proboscis to drink blood. They get their name from their nasty habit of biting human faces, as they're highly attracted to the carbon dioxide that we exhale. Vampire moths have adapted their proboscis to drink blood.
Lotta is feeding on me. It's in? Ah! Is it hurting? Yeah. Sorry.
The same mouth parts that are used for sucking up fruit juice are used to suck blood from large, tough-skinned mammals like buffalo. Only the males drink blood, and their bites are much more painful and leave a much bigger mark than mosquito bites.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, that proboscis is full of blood.
Good.
It's pink.
Yay. Yeah. I'm so glad. Anything coming out of the abdomen?
No.
Nothing.
But the
Okay.
proboscis is pink with blood.
That's really good.
Much more frightening than vampiric moths, however, is the mouth of horrors, the lamprey. 18 species of lamprey drink fish blood, and while they may look like eels, they are actually jawless fish. They attach themselves to their prey using their rows of sharp, horrific teeth, gorging themselves for several days. In order to feed, once attached, they use their hard and sharp tongue to puncture a hole in the fish's body. The fish don't usually die from the wound, but they can develop infections.
For a century, lampreys bred undisturbed in the lakes. No one suspected their potential danger. Then, in the 40s, their population exploded. 400 million years of evolution had done their job well.
Sea lampreys have become a huge problem in the Great Lakes in North America. They've invaded the lakes through man-made canals and have since caused a steep decline in lake trout and other fish populations. All of the vampires that we've discussed today are bloodsuckers, but the ultimate vampire doesn't suck blood, it drinks it. Meet the vampire bat. There are 3 species of vampire bat, and they all use a very different strategy from other vampires. Instead of sucking blood, vampire bats cut the skin of their victims with their sharp teeth and wait for the blood to pour out and pool. Once there's enough, the bats lap it up. As I mentioned earlier, vampire bats themselves fall victim to the vampiric bat flies, and one study found that a single bat can be covered in up to 60 bat flies. And finally, the vampire finch. These harmless-looking birds are native to Wolf Island in the Galapagos, and they supplement their diet of seeds and nectar with blood from the blue-footed booby. Like vampire bats, they make a small incision in the skin of their host, and then they go to town on the blood.
Nothing can stop it now. My dear Anton, this is power.
There was an idea called pack hunting. The idea was to bring together a group of remarkable animals to see if they could become something more, to see if they could work together when they were hungry enough to take down prey so much larger than themselves. Pack hunting. Some assembly required.
In these designs for living, there are impressive parallels everywhere in this truly wonderful world.
Pack hunters are some of the most successful hunters on the planet, and hunting in groups has a ton of benefits.
It allows for prey larger than the predators to be targeted. Kills can be defended from other predators and scavengers, and usually every participating member in a successful hunt gets a guaranteed meal.
Pack hunting is almost exclusively seen in social species, and there are 6 key elements needed when hunting as a group.
1, 2, 5, 6.
The group will often hunt together. Group members target the same prey animal. There is a division of labor during the hunt, meaning that different hunters have different roles. They use signals to coordinate with one another, they react to each other's movements, and any prey caught is shared among the pack members. Pack hunting usually only happens in environments where food is relatively scarce, and it's near impossible to catch enough food by yourself.
The hunter's perennial problem is, do I wish to hunt? or be hunted.
The most majestic pack hunters are the kings and queens of the savannah, lions.
These ferocious felines dominate the savannah, and they're the largest cats that hunt in packs. Cheetahs too hunt cooperatively, but they're much less coordinated. In lion prides, the females do most of the hunting, while the bulkier males defend their catches from predators and scavengers.
During the hunt, there are two major roles, the wings and the centers. The wings flank the prey from left to right, keeping them running in the right direction, all while slowly boxing the prey in. The centers chase the prey from behind, intercepting them between the wings. In a pack of 7, the wings will have overtaken the prey by the end of the hunt, leaving them surrounded on all sides. Much of their prey are either too fast for a lion to catch in a straight-up sprint, in the case of springbok and zebra, or too bulky in the case of wildebeest for a single lion to successfully kill, and so the pride hunts together. When the females have done the hard work, the males roll in to feast. This may seem unfair, but without the much larger males to defend their kill, their prey is often stolen by hyenas. Lion prides may reign over the plains, but the more sophisticated pack hunters are the chimpanzees.
This chimpanzee is obviously up to something. And this cat knows it. And he knows she knows. Into the jam.
Not all chimps are pack hunters, and whether or not they choose to team up is entirely dependent on geography. Chimpanzees in Gombe Stream National Park in Tanzania rarely hunt cooperatively, as they're able to easily catch prey alone, while chimps found in Tai National Park on the Ivory Coast team up almost exclusively.
Chimps are much more successful pack hunters than lions, wolves, and cheetahs, but this is possibly due to the fact that they're omnivorous. Since they don't rely on meat exclusively, they will only target prey if they are very certain that their hunt will succeed. Other pack hunters don't have this luxury.
And their prey of choice? Colobus monkeys. Yeah, don't get attached to this cutie, he's about to die. Colobus monkeys are about 1/4 of the weight of a chimpanzee. Their light bodies allow them to hang out on branches too thin to support a chimp, meaning that escape from an attacking chimp is easy, provided there are lots of trees.
So the chimp needs to use its pack to corner the colobus monkey to prevent its escape. To do this, they have an elaborate setup.
There are 4 roles within chimp packs. The first are the drivers. These chimps are the ones to initially approach the colobus monkey and drive it in the direction of their trap. The second are blockers. These prevent the colobus monkeys from taking the easy escape routes, forcing them in the direction the chimps want them to go. Behind the colobus monkeys are the chasers. These chimps use short bursts of speed to drive the colobus monkeys forward until they meet the ambushers. These chimps hide in the trees, waiting for the chasers to drive the colobus monkey to them, where they pounce.
These chases are incredibly difficult to pull off, and they require some rather intricate planning.
Keep in mind that all of this is happening on multiple planes of activity. These chases take the monkeys forward, backward, and up and down through the trees, and the chimps need to plan accordingly.
Chimps don't start hunting like this until they're about 8 years old, and the most effective ambushers are usually not younger than 20.
This is the most complicated role and requires the chimp to make a lot of accurate predictions about their prey's movement. Chimps and lions as well often specialize in their selected roles, and on subsequent hunts they will usually fall into the same role.
Africa is home to the majority of pack hunters, and one of the most effective is the African wild dog.
Generations of canine instinct plus months of training, all for a fall season. But it's worth it.
These cooperative hunters roam the African savanna in groups of up to 20, and they use these numbers to their advantage. They can take down prey up to 10 times their size. Their primary strategy is to get their prey on the run where they're more vulnerable. If their target stands their ground for over 5 minutes, the pack of dogs will likely leave it be. These pack hunters can chase their prey at speeds of up to 60 kilometers an hour. The dogs have several lines of pursuit, so if their prey veers off course in an attempt to outmaneuver their pursuers, there's always a dog ready to intercept. When targeting calves, the most important step is to separate it from its mother. They do this by harassing the mother while the rest of the pack attacks the cub. When attacking warthogs, different members of the pack will attack different parts of the warthog's body simultaneously, biting at their weakest points, their face, neck, and genitals. Anything that they can tear off to bleed the warthog to death. They primarily hunt impalas, but they get the most out of their hunt when they bring down something bigger, like a wildebeest. In the oceans, it's bottlenose dolphins that dominate with their pack hunting, and their most effective strategy is rather creative. The driver dolphin will herd a school of fish into a sandbar, while the rest of the pack, called the barriers, will form a circle around the fish. The driver will slap the water with its tail, enclosing the fish in a ring of silt, preventing them from being able to swim away. The fish will attempt to get out of the silty ring by jumping, only to be caught mid-air by the surrounding barrier dolphins. Dolphins also tend to specialize in their roles, with the driver often being the same dolphin on every hunt. Some crocodilians have been observed using a similar cooperative strategy. Alligators have also been seen herding fish into shallow water, where they're much easier to catch, especially when the fish jump out of the water in an attempt to escape. Once they've had their fill, the gator will leave and allow the other gators to have a bite.
There are an estimated 100,000 species of spiders throughout the world, each possessing a number of engineering skills that qualify him as a master craftsman.
Of all the creatures that you would expect to hunt cooperatively, spiders are probably at the very bottom of the list. Though, unfortunately for your sanity, there are several species of social spiders. Anolosimus eximius are found in the rainforests of South and Central America, and they live together in colonies of up to 50,000 spiders strong. They work together, they build together, but most importantly, they hunt together. Spun off the top of their giant webs are long, loose strands of silk that extend to nearby trees and bushes. These make perfect traps for any passing insects. When the spiders feel a vibration on their webs, the pack descends on their newly caught meal. They sedate their prey with venom, wrap them in silk, and bring them back to the colony for all to share.
Eventually, only the empty shell is left.
In the sky, several bird species use pack hunting to dominate their prey. Aplomado falcons usually hunt cooperatively with their mates when they're targeting more elusive prey, like other birds or bats. They have two main hunting strategies. The pair of falcons fly parallel to their prey, closing in and leaving it no room to maneuver before striking. If their prey is perched, the female will flush the prey out and the male will be waiting to kill it. Harris hawks, on the other hand, hunt in groups of up to 6. They hunt using a leapfrog strategy. The pack will split into 2 groups and they will leapfrog each other from perch to perch looking for prey. This way, when they find something to eat, like a rabbit, they can flush the rabbit toward the other group, cornering it. Their numbers also allow them to swap members out to rest. When one of the hawks gets tired chasing the rabbit, it will tag out and another hawk will take its place, allowing them to rest while their prey gets exhausted. And now, the most iconic pack hunter, the wolf.
Wolves are highly social animals and form packs of up to 20 wolves strong. These packs will stalk their prey for hours, sometimes even days before striking. Wolves are large predators, and their big numbers mean that they need to take down large prey, preferably caribou, moose, or bison. Making a stealth approach is key to their success, as their prey are very big, very fast, and they can spot predators from a great distance. When they're ready to strike, the pack chase down and surround their prey. Younger wolves will hang back and learn. Faster wolves may run circles around the prey to confuse it, while the biggest wolves go in for the kill. Like wild dogs, they target the face, neck, genitals, and rump, killing the animal by bleeding it to death. A 2011 study used computer simulations to study wolf hunting techniques, and they found that there are 2 simple rules that wolves follow when hunting. 1, they must move towards prey until a minimum safe distance to the prey is reached. And 2, once they're close enough, they move away from the other wolves that are also at a close distance to the prey. This ensures that the wolves surround prey, and means that regardless of the prey or the situation, each wolf can function as a part of a successful unit, with no real communication or hierarchy within the unit.
Not much fun eating alone. Not much fun spending the day alone. Where is everybody? What are friends for, anyway?
The natural world can be a cold and lonely place. Filled with predators of all shapes and sizes, it can be difficult to go it alone. And so some species have learned that it takes 2 to make a thing go right.
When it's so much fun to have a friend and be a friend, why is it some people are not friends? Here's Jane, she's a friend. Carl is not a friend. Wouldn't it be more fun to have more friends?
You'd rather stay here alone? Oh, I won't be alone. I've got my friends. Dick. Good old Dick.
Mutualism, when 2 unrelated species team up for the greater good.
We all have fun with our own friends. But what about other people? Mightn't they be fun? After all, we're all strangers till we make friends.
Mutualism is a type of symbiotic relationship in which 2 species bring something different to the table, and they both benefit.
One very common form of mutualism is a service-resource relationship. This is when one species gets a service and the other gets food.
Red-billed oxpeckers are probably the most famous example of this.
They eat the ectoparasites off of large ungulates like rhinos and warn their partners of danger by flying away.
They primarily rid their clients of ticks and botfly larvae.
Using their specialized flat bills, they can comb out and eat up to 100 fully engorged ticks or over 10,000 larvae in a single day. Sometimes, if their host has an open wound, they will peck at it, drinking their highly nutritious blood. This doesn't last long, as their clients will quickly get annoyed, and the oxpecker will go back to eating parasites.
Because of this, there is a bit of controversy over whether they're cleaners or just vampiric parasites.
One study found that if you remove the birds, the tick load remains almost the same, but their wounds heal faster. For oxpeckers, the ticks might just be a happy coincidence in their vampiric feeding strategy. And even then, they only eat fully engorged ticks, which does nothing to help stop the spread of disease in the supposed clients.
Phagophilia, eating parasites off of a host, is also quite common at sea.
Well, Paul, how would you like a trip down to the bottom of the sea without even getting your feet wet?
Several genera of gobies feed off of the ectoparasites of sharks, rays, turtles, and many other large marine mammals.
However, wrasses are the most common cleaner fish, and they're really good at it.
A single wrasse can inspect 2,200 animals a day and remove about half of their parasites, usually isopods.
One of the potentially coolest instances of phagophilia is also one of the least documented.
There's a story from ancient Greek historian Herodotus of crocodiles who keep their mouths open for Egyptian plovers to come in and clean their teeth. But despite thousands of years of observation, there are no confirmed cases or photographic evidence.
But even better than service-resource mutualism is service-service mutualism. These are nature's best team-ups.
In service-service mutualistic relationships, two animals provide services for each other in exchange for the benefits of those services.
The clownfish and sea anemone relationship is the poster child of this.
An unwary fish has brushed against the tentacles.
Anemones have stingers on their tentacles, which are too painful for most fish to tolerate, with two main exceptions, clownfish and butterfly fish. Butterfly fish predate upon anemones, and so the anemones employ clownfish as bodyguards. The clownfish lives in the anemone, immune to its poison, protecting it from butterfly fish, while the sea anemone protects the clownfish from other predators.
At night, the movements of the clownfish keep up the water flow rate to get new oxygenated water to the anemone.
Without the clownfish, the anemone would have to retract at the slightest hint of danger, costing them feeding opportunities. Also, the anemone seems to use the ammonia secreted by the clownfish as a fertilizer, so there is also a service-resource component to this relationship.
Of all the team-ups in nature, this one is the most surprising. Some spiders will team up with small frogs and live in the same burrow.
This is particularly unusual because large spiders usually eat small frogs. But these spiders and frogs have come to a mutually beneficial agreement. The spider protects the burrow from predators like snakes. In exchange, the frog protects the spider's eggs from egg-eating insects. As a bonus, the frog gets to eat the insects attracted by the spider's leftovers.
The frogs are bodyguards for the spider's kids.
Similarly, gobies and pistol shrimp have learned to team up to keep a safe home.
Pistol or snapping shrimp, while more known for their explosive arms, are fantastic burrowers, but they have fairly poor eyesight.
Gobies, on the other hand, have much better vision and pressure detection, but aren't particularly good at making burrows.
And so, the two team up.
While the shrimp makes and maintains the burrow, the goby plays sentinel. If the predator approaches, the fish dives into the burrow and the shrimp follows, always keeping one antenna touching the goby so it can guide the shrimp to safety.
One thing they may be running from is another mutualistic relationship. But these fish don't team up for defense. They team up to hunt.
Well, schnoz or no schnoz, no darn fish that ever swum can get the best of me. Whoopee!
Moray eels and groupers are polar opposites. Groupers are diurnal and hunt in open water, while morays are nocturnal and hunt in tight coral reefs and rock crevices.
But as they say, opposites team up to kill dumb fish.
Hunting alone, both morays and groupers have a strong chance of losing their prey, either to the open water in the case of morays, or to the reef for the bulky groupers. And so, these fish team up to cover both routes of escape, drastically increasing their chances of a successful hunt.
To start the hunt, a grouper will find a moray and signal it by shaking its head.
Usually, the grouper will lead the moray to a reef where there's prey hiding, and the moray will flush it out of cover. If the prey tries to escape the reef, the grouper eats it. If it hesitates and stays in the reef, the moray eats it. The two partners in crime don't share the loot, but it does increase the long-term hunting success for both of them.
Likewise, coyotes and badgers team up to execute a similar strategy on land.
Individually, they have different strategies. The badger is a great digger, but a poor runner, while the coyote is a great chaser in open spaces, but isn't a great digger. And so, when hunting alone, their chances of catching fleet-footed burrowers like ground rodents is small.
But when they hunt together, the rodent doesn't stand a chance.
They either flee underground and get dug out by the badger, or they try to outrun the badger, only to be ambushed or chased down by the coyote. Like with morays and groupers, they don't share food once caught, but both their chances of catching a meal increase enough in the long run to make it worth it.
The shape of humanity's past, present, and future is intertwined with nature. Our lives are directly shaped by the animal world, and vice versa.
Many thousands of years ago, our prehistoric ancestors were forced to protect themselves against the larger animals.
Bees impact our food production, bats control insect populations, and without baby monkey going backwards on a pig, I don't know where we'd be as a civilization. Yet it is a special relationship with a few key species that really allowed our species to take off. This is domestication.
Probably food was one of the first uses to which animals were put.
Domestication is the process in which humans change a wild species by selectively breeding favorable traits. It's how we go from a hulking wolf to a chattering chihuahua.
Be careful there, fella. If you don't fold in those ears, you're going to take off in the breeze.
By selecting which specific animals can procreate, you can fine-tune different breeds to look or behave a certain way. Have a rat problem? Breed dogs that are prone to ratting. Need a helping hand with your livestock? Breed dogs that have strong predatory instincts but don't treat cattle as prey. Need a cute gift for your kids? Breed dogs with shorter, fatter, and uglier faces. Domestication obviously isn't all dogs, but they do exemplify the extreme range of development that can be accomplished via domestication, which can oftentimes be unethical.
Greyhounds have been bred for speed. Alaskan Huskies have the job of hauling heavily loaded sleds. The wire-haired Fox Terrier are quick as a flash on the getaway. The Collie's good temper and disposition, together with his size and strength, make him one of the best of all watchdogs for safety.
Domestication has had an irreversible effect, not only on the species we domesticated, but on ourselves as well. The rise of domestication through the world saw a marked shift in human culture and society. We moved away from hunter-gatherer and nomadic lifestyles, and instead became herders and farmers. Before domestication, hunter-gatherer peoples depended on species that were abundant in their territory.
Found a herd of buffalo. At last, meat for supper.
In Europe, they ate a lot of red deer. In the Middle East and Asia, they ate gazelle. In North America, they ate bison. And in sub-Saharan Africa, where species were more diverse and abundant, they ate a wider range of prey. Despite their popularity, none of these species were successfully domesticated. Of all the millions of species on Earth, we have only been able to domesticate a handful. This is because there are 6 characteristics that an animal must have in order to be successfully domesticated. 1. Their food must be cheap, plentiful, and ideally something we don't eat. This is why herbivores are far and away the most successful domesticated species, while not many carnivorous species have been domesticated. 2. They need to grow fast. Domestication is a game of inputs and outputs. An animal that eats a lot but doesn't give much meat, milk, or eggs isn't a useful animal. 3. They have to be able to reliably breed in captivity. This rules out a lot of species. 4. They have to be calm and passive enough that we're not fearful for our lives around them. 5. They have to be comfortable enough around humans that their fight or flight instinct doesn't kick in stressful situations. And 6, they have to be social. Solitary species are much less likely to accept humans as part of their group. These 6 characteristics narrow down the millions of species on the planet to about 50 that we've been able to domesticate.
Everyone who has and loves a dog thinks that his dog is the best.
Dogs are not only our best friends, but our oldest friends. They were the first species that we domesticated. The ancestors of dogs diverged from gray wolves between 20 and 40,000 years ago, and we first domesticated them between 10 and 15,000 years ago. Wolves made great candidates for domestication because the hierarchical structure of their packs mirrors human societies quite well. Wolf packs have dominant members and subservient members, and so a dominant human could fit into this social order quite well, becoming the pack's alpha member. Over time, the aggressive dogs would be kicked out of our packs, and the helpful and more subservient ones would be kept and allowed to breed. And soon they were domesticated, developing floppy ears and curly tails as domestication syndrome kicked in.
Come on, Gene, and play. There. Go away once and for all.
Domestication syndrome is an interesting consequence of domestication. In most domesticated animals, the species will see a shift in appearance as well as behavior. This includes things like having shorter faces, smaller teeth, smaller brains, color changes, changes to ear and tail shape, and more frequent breeding cycles. Cats are one of our oldest companions, although we never really domesticated them. They domesticated themselves.
Well, here is Mother Cat at the kitchen door.
I suppose that you're still hungry.
Cats have been found in human grave sites as old as 10,000 years. Stone Age cats have even been found in areas to which they are not native, like Cyprus, meaning that we brought them there. The variety of wild cat from the Middle East, Felis sylvestris libica, is thought to be the origin of all domestic cats. The main reason that cats began to hang around with us lowly humans was agriculture. As we started farming, our grain-rich land began attracting rodents. The wild cats were then attracted to the rodents, thinking, "Ican has rodent?" And like dogs, followed the commensal path towards domestication. They realized that they could get more food by sticking with us, and we found that we could get help from them, killing rodents, controlling pests, and eventually getting us fake internet points with dank memes. While dogs were selectively bred to be different shapes and sizes to accomplish particular tasks, like ratting, herding, and hunting, cats weren't. The cats that could tolerate human environments basically selected themselves to be the ones we kept. They allowed us to keep them around.
The species which man has domesticated is shown by this small cube. Most of these were domesticated by man before history began.
Sheep and goats were the first livestock to be successfully domesticated. This happened around 10,500 years ago, followed by cattle and pigs about 500 years later. In South America, about 8,000 years ago, they had a much smaller and a much cuter domesticated food source. In the mountains, people domesticated a small, fat, and apparently delicious rodent called the guinea pig. They were domesticated so well that they are both an excellent food source and great as pets. Around the same time in China, a large group of farmers were able to turn mallards into domesticated ducks. But it would be in South Asia where the king of domesticated poultry would arise. The red jungle fowl is a species of bird that was domesticated simultaneously in different areas of Asia, and by 1000 BCE, they had spread across Europe and Africa. The chicken.
Here is one dressed and ready for cooking.
These birds were so successful because they could survive from their own foraging.
Chickens have no teeth, so they swallow their food whole.
And supplied humans with both meat and eggs. They could also lay eggs very frequently, and those chickens that laid eggs the most often were selectively bred for that characteristic. Domestication altered the course of human civilization, and there was no species that was more important to us than the horse. Horses have carried us through war, peace, feast, and famine. While they have been used for food, it's as transport where they really hit their stride. And until the train was invented, the fastest way to traverse land was on horseback. It was from a saddle that human civilization became globalized. Horses were used to transport the product of another domesticated species, but this one isn't a mammal, the silk moth caterpillar. These larval moths have been domesticated for at least 5,000 years and were used to fuel China's silk industry. Unlike domesticated bees, which aren't terribly different from wild bees, silk moth caterpillars have some striking differences from their wild counterparts. First of all, they are bred to be silk-producing machines. Domesticated silk moth caterpillars produce 10 times more silk than wild ones. They also grow much faster, require less food, are less stressed by humans, and are more comfortable in cramped spaces. They have been purpose-bred to be beneficial to us.
As spinning begins, he expels fluid from each of his small glands to a tongue-like depositor on his upper lip. This fluid, upon contact with the air, forms a single filament, or a strand of silk.
Unfortunately, like with a lot of domesticated species, it's come at a cost. Adult domesticated silk moths have lost their coloration, and they are completely unable to fly. For every domesticated species, there are thousands in which domestication didn't take. Zebras are a good example of this. While they may appear very similar to horses, they have one key difference that makes them untenable for domestication. They are adapted for life in highly dangerous habitats. They live in sub-Saharan Africa, a biome filled with large predators, always on the lookout for large prey. And so, the zebra has always been much too skittish for domestication to work. Easily, the most disappointingly undomesticated species is the moose. Many people have attempted to domesticate moose over the years, including King Carl XI of Sweden and Stalin, in an attempt to establish a moose cavalry. But unfortunately, for badassery everywhere, they have always failed. This is because moose don't fit the 6 requirements for domestication. Like other deer, moose don't like being approached. Their huge size makes them hard to handle and dangerous to interact with. They are incredibly aggressive during rutting season, and finally, at the slightest hint of danger, they are uncontrollably panicky. Which is too bad, because riding a moose just might be the most intimidating thing you can do. It would take our Mounties to the next level. Fortunately, there is at least one badass instance of moose riding, even if it is photoshopped. Though there is one species that is flaunting the rules of domestication, the fox. Rule number 6 is that the species have to be social, but foxes aren't. But a lab in Novosibirsk, Russia, for the past 60 years has been breeding red and silver foxes, selecting for friendliness. And slowly, the foxes have started showing domestication syndrome and are definitely friendlier than their wild counterparts.
It is estimated that today, nearly 4/5 of the people of the Earth, as shown by the dark portions of the continents, still depend upon the power of animals to help them in their work.
It was just about this time that things were beginning to happen. It began like this.
The animal world is absolutely full of fascinating survival strategies.
Some are novel, some are strange, and some are just plain ineffective. Yet for the ultimate strategy, these animals had to look within, to their vomit. These pukers spit saliva, cud, acid, bile, and venom at their attackers as a defense mechanism, and one of them uses spit as an attack. Hands down, the most badass spitters out there are these spitting cobras. Unlike most other spitters who essentially target their attackers with projectile vomit, spitting cobras straight up shoot venom. There are 18 spitting cobra species in the Naja genus, as well as a false spitting cobra called the rinkhal, and they're all found in Asia and Africa.
These snakes spit venom as a defense mechanism when they're cornered.
In front of their fangs, they have two little holes from which they shoot their venom, targeting their attacker's weakest point. When they spit, they jerk their heads forward, aiming their shot towards the predator's eyes. In a study evaluating what happened to the eyes of 9 patients spat at by a black-necked spitting cobra, 2 of the patients were permanently blinded, while the others suffered more temporary issues like inflammation.
Their venom is cytotoxic, which means it destroys the cells that it touches.
Spitting cobras in general can spit accurately from up to 2 meters away, but the Mozambique spitting cobra is the most accurate and can hit targets with 100% accuracy from up to 3 meters away.
The effects of this venomous spit can be devastating to attackers, yet just looking at these guys, you know they're going to be bad news. But on the other hand, perhaps the most deadly incognito spitter is the northern fulmar.
The sight of birds soaring through the firmament is a marvel to behold, and suggests that joy may be realized merely through observing the natural that is forever present.
These seabirds are from the petrel family, and they projectile vomit onto predators to make them lose their waterproof coating.
But it's a lot more sinister than it sounds.
Living on the coasts, their predators are usually other, larger seabirds. These predatory seabirds need to have waterproof wings in order to fly. Northern fulmars have developed the ability to vomit up stomach oils, which can destroy the waterproofing on these attacking seabirds. The oil has a similar effect to birds coming in contact with petroleum spills. The stomach oils will gunk up their feathers, sticking them together. Even after the seabirds preen and bathe in clean water, they're not able to get their feathers dry. They become waterlogged, exhausted trying to stay afloat, and ultimately, they drown. Northern fulmars can accurately hit targets up to 2 meters away.
Both adults and chicks can spit oil, but amazingly, even unhatched babies can spit oil through a small hole in the egg.
This is a very special kind of egg. It's a nest egg.
European roller chicks also employ vomit as a defense, though not nearly as mercilessly.
If a predator draws near, they spew super stinky orange vomit.
They don't target the predators though, and the vomit is meant to make the nest smell horrible, causing the predator to lose its appetite.
What's particularly interesting though is that the chicks don't produce the chemicals that make their vomit so stinky. They get that from grasshoppers.
As green as the leaves he's found on, with the 6 jointed legs all insects have.
Grasshoppers get hydroxycinnamic and hydroxybenzoic acids from the plants that they eat. This is supposed to make them taste bad, but the European rollers really don't care.
Interestingly enough, like many insects, the grasshoppers that the rollers eat also vomit when disturbed.
When the rollers eat the grasshoppers, they get those same acids in their stomachs. These produce horrific smells that are highly effective at deterring predators.
Turkey vultures also employ a similar strategy.
The turkey vulture is a scavenger, feeding mainly on decaying flesh. It is often seen circling high in the sky above a carcass.
Their stomach acid is 100 times more acidic than our own, and in fact is even more acidic than car battery acid.
You really don't want to be on the receiving end of turkey vulture vomit.
There is some speculation as to the reason why turkey vultures throw up when threatened. It's possible that they're doing it in defense, but it's equally likely that they are simply making themselves lighter so that they can make a speedy getaway.
Spitting is not only used in defense, but also to show dominance.
Camels and llamas use spit as a core component in their pecking order, which for camelids should really be called spitting order. Camelids will spit to demonstrate dominance over one another, as well as to let you know if you're invading their personal space. They will also spit at one another when they're fighting, and like many other spitters, they spit when threatened. Their spit is a combination of saliva and food that they've partially digested. So if a camel spits on you, it's more like it's puking on you.
The ultimate spitter, however, uses its range offensively, the archerfish.
Oh, food. This is the famous archer fish of the Malay Ocean, Taxotes jaculator.
These fish are the only spitters that spit to hunt. They swim near the surface looking for insects perched in the branches and leaves above them. When they spot their prey, the archerfish pokes its mouth out of the water and shoots a blast of water at the insect, knocking it off its perch and down into the water where the archerfish devours it. They can accurately shoot down bugs, butterflies, and spiders from up to 3 meters away. The physics behind their shots is pretty interesting.
On its side, because the way it is in the fish, it looks like a bow tie there.
To shoot the water, they make a little tube shape with their mouth and tongue, and then they contract their gills to push out the water. But they've mastered the ability to the point that the top and bottom of the water stream move at slightly different speeds. So instead of being hit with a steady stream of water, all of that water arrives and hits the target at the same time. It would be akin to being hit with a water balloon rather than the stream of water from a water gun. This blast of water is really effective at knocking down prey, and it also makes the archerfish worthy of its name.
Throughout the world, animals have evolved some truly remarkable defense mechanisms.
Caterpillars that mimic vipers, squids that emit bursts of light, birds that vomit oil, and one of the coolest are the masters of chemical warfare.
These invertebrates spray their attackers with acid.
All around us are the products of modern chemistry.
I took acid, and it just blew my mind.
Fill an enema bag with the prepared baking soda solution.
The most famous acidic species are the aptly named bombardier beetles.
These carabid, or ground beetles, devastate their attackers by shooting boiling chemicals out of their abdomen. There are about 500 species of ground beetle with this superpower, and they're found on every continent except Antarctica.
As beetles, they fall prey to a wide array of predators: ants, birds, lizards, your cat Mr. Mittens. And so they evolved a very complex defense system that sends a clear message: back off.
Today, chemicals are available which will kill insects weeks after they're applied.
To achieve this explosive effect, bombardier beetles have 2 separate compartments in their abdomens. The first one contains a solution of hydrogen peroxide and hydroquinones. At the first sight of danger, a valve opens, and said solution moves to the second compartment. The second compartment is a reaction chamber full of catalysts. The chemical reaction that takes place in this chamber creates chemicals called quinones. This chemical is caustic enough to burn predators, and the reaction is so strong that it sounds like a mini explosion.
Duck and cover. That flash means act fast.
But its burn isn't just a chemical one.
The reaction also creates a lot of heat. When the bombardier beetle releases its chemicals, they're 100 degrees Celsius. Because of the temperature, it quickly evaporates, giving the impression that the insect is shooting hot mist. Not only do they use their acid to ward off predators at a distance, but when swallowed by frogs, they'll let loose the acid, causing the frog to puke them up. They cause the worst stomach aches of all time.
And down he spins. And he spins into a situation where he is virtually buried alive in a chemical tomb.
At first sight, it looks like a constant stream, but really, they're pulsating very quickly, peaking at 500 pulses per second.
part of the explosion chamber actually deforms during the explosion, and when it does so, it cuts off the flow of reactants into the explosion chamber, and so that causes the explosion to temporarily stop.
Several species can also bend the tip of their abdomen, allowing it to function much like a turret. They can target predators with great accuracy, often warding off attacking ants in all directions. They can't sustain the spray for very long, but a quick blast gives them enough time to unfurl their wings and fly away.
One common defense that many invertebrates use is smelling and tasting terrible.
Honey, your coffee just doesn't taste any good.
This usually comes from hydroquinones, which are naturally stinky. And these species store them in order to ward off predators.
Many walking stick species produce noxious chemicals so that they taste awful. But there is one genus of walking stick that takes it a step further.
The southern walking stick shoots a stinky, thick, milky fluid out of 2 holes in its thorax. This potent spray can blind an attacking lizard, giving the stick bug time to escape. The smell of the spray is so bad that they are also called devil riders and musk mares.
The glands are located behind their head and are active at birth. Nymphs have even been seen using them to ward off attacking ants.
Many species of ant are equipped with stingers and venom, a formic acid, to deal with attackers.
Incidentally, they inject a little formic acid into their victims, and that helps to stupefy them.
But there are a few species that don't need to get up close to use their defense. These ants shoot acid.
In these species, their acid is stored in a sac, and it can be up to 20% of the ant's weight.
The redwood ant is the most notorious acid-spewing ant species.
They live in colonies of almost 500,000 acidic ants. When they're approached by a predator, or something they consider to be threatening, they shoot it with acid. It's quite a spectacle to behold. Thousands of ants simultaneously filling the air with formic acid.
Though not all would-be attackers are deterred, and some have no intention of attacking. Some birds have learned that a chemical bath is a great way to get rid of parasites.
And so, they harass the wood ants in order to be doused with formic acid. Their acid kills off any ticks, mites, fungi, or bacteria that may be living on them.
A real acid trip, is like, you just have to get your mind blown.
And finally, we come to the coolest of the acid sprayers, the vinegaroon.
These arachnids, also known as whip scorpions, unlike many other arachnids, lack venom, or any real way of defending themselves beyond pincers. And so, they shoot a combination of acetic and caprylic acid.
And it happens to smell like vinegar, hence the name.
Clear, sparkling, and aromatic, and uniform.
Though despite the smell, their acid is actually 10 to 20 times more acidic than vinegar.
When threatened, vinegaroons jettison their acid from 2 turrets located on either side of their whip. They can aim their spray fairly well, as their whip has good mobility.
Can both of you add me as a fan? Oh, I just got sprayed.
Ah, I smell it. Oh my god. Oh, speaking of which, how irritating is that? Oh,
it is irritating. Let me go wash my face. Oh my god.
If a vinegaroon were to spray your skin, it wouldn't hurt very much. But if it were to spray your eyes or any other soft tissue, you'd be in for a world of pain.
Their spray is much more effective against any insects that may be predating upon them. Their caprylic acid damages the attacking insect's protective waxy cuticle, leaving them more vulnerable to acetic acid burns.
Starting to see lightning flashes out of the corner of my eye. That's a sign that I'm really loaded.
Out of the slime and darkness it comes to inflict its life-destroying poison on the careless, the unwary, the unprotected.
many of us, spiders, snakes, and centipedes trigger an innate fear. While it may seem to be due to their often many legs or lack thereof, deeper down, the phobia comes from their venom.
He then proceeded to extract the venom from the snakes. Pro-venom, venom, venom, venom.
Venom allows many creatures, otherwise harmless to ourselves and their prey, to dominate, both psychologically and physically.
Outside of humans being squeamish around spiders, many other animal species are born with a natural instinct to avoid venomous creatures. For example, many species of bird are born with the fear of coral snakes and venomous spiders and will do anything they can to avoid them.
Venomous creatures are found everywhere.
There are over 225,000 venomous species in the world. That's 15% of the world's species, and they're found everywhere except Antarctica.
Not to confuse them, of course, with poisonous creatures, and here's the difference.
The history on this goes back some 2,500 years to the early days in China.
Both venom and poisons are toxins, biologically created chemicals that alter the function of another organism. There are three major differences between the two. Poisons are ingested, either by eating, drinking, or absorption by skin, while venom is injected, usually by a sting or a bite. Venoms are also usually peptides and proteins, and if eaten would cause little damage, as stomach acids denature and inactivate them. Poisons, on the other hand, are usually made of compounds like alkaloids. These are far more effective when eaten. And finally, poisonous animals usually acquire their poison by eating poisonous things, typically plants, while venomous animals usually create their own venom, and they make quite a bit.
On average for venomous animals, their venom takes up 0.5% of their total body weight. This means that if humans were to have venom, we would have to carry a pop can full at all times.
In those 225,000 venomous species, venom has evolved independently at least 88 times. It turns out that venom is a highly effective tool.
She encases her victims with silk and then kills with poison from her fangs.
And it's not just creepy crawlies.
There are 446 venomous mammals, including the highly adorable platypus. Like many venomous species, the platypus use their venom for self-defense. Their venom is found only in males, in sharp spurs on their hind feet. Their sting is reportedly incredibly painful, feeling like hundreds of wasp stings, and it can leave victims incapacitated for weeks.
Stingers like these are the most common delivery method for venom.
At its most basic, it's a sharp tube attached to a venom gland. Most venomous fish, like stargazers, have stingers that are modified dorsal spines. Others, like the Chimera monstrosa, have grooved barbs equipped with venom. Bees, wasps, and ants all have stingers, as do giant centipedes with their modified legs turned forcipules.
Though some species have much more advanced stingers.
Many cnidarians have highly elaborate and highly painful stingers called nematocysts. Their actual stingers are harpoon-shaped and are attached to the nematocyst by a coiled thread. When triggered, the harpoon shoots out at an incredible speed, reaching 100 kilometers an hour in just 700 nanoseconds. Piercing the skin easily, the harpoon releases the venom in the nematocyst into the victim. But it's not just one nematocyst. Some species, like the box jellyfish, can have around 800,000 nematocysts per square centimeter.
The octopus also has a rather interesting stinger.
Can't afford to miss a chance to photograph one of these elephant spiders of the ocean floor.
While many believe that the octopus envenoms prey with their beak, in reality, they use a salivary papilla inside their mouths. This papilla is covered in a series of barbs that drill down into their prey and inject it with a paralyzing venom. They usually do this with clams, paralyzing the clam's muscles that keep their shell clamped shut.
Probably the most badass venomous bite belongs to the marine bloodworm Glycera.
These nightmare worms have only 4 teeth, arranged like corners in a square, and that makes them look so much more frightening than a solid ring of teeth. These teeth are very strong and are reinforced with copper minerals. Their abrasion resistance is on par with some of the hardest metal alloys. Each of their 4 teeth are equipped with venom glands, and they use their unique chemical compound when predating upon smaller prey. Many insects too have venomous bites, and their special brand of venom can paralyze their prey and liquefy their insides. Ooh. A lot of insects can't eat solid foods and can only drink, so using venom to turn their prey into juice boxes is very useful. The ultimate in venomous bites, however, are the snakes, and both cobras and vipers excel due to their toxicity.
No sane person would deliberately expose himself to its venom. No intelligent person would venture within striking distance of its fangs.
Vipers, cobras, and several other venomous snakes have fantastic retractable syringe-like fangs hooked up to large venom glands. When not in use, the fangs retract and sit along the roof of their mouths, allowing them to close their mouths. But when they bite, the fangs pop forward, they pierce the skin of their victim, the muscles around their venom glands squeeze out their venom into their fangs, and they inject their prey. These are biological hypodermic needles. Due to their vast territory and deadly venom, these snakes are the most dangerous venomous creatures to humans. The gaboon vipers have the biggest fangs, measuring up to 5 centimeters long, and they have enough venom to kill 30 adult humans without having to create more. Spitting cobras and other venomous sprayers fudge the lines of one of the venom-poison distinctions by shooting their venom at their prey or attacker. Spitting cobras can accurately target prey up to 3 meters away, and they go for the eyes, blinding their victims. Similarly, red-spotted assassin bugs can both sting their prey and spit their venom as the circumstance prescribes. They can spray their venom up to 30 centimeters away. That's 8 times their body length. Acrobat ants fudge the line between poison and venom even further. These ants will surround their prey until dead. There has yet to be an observation of ants spraying their victims, and the leading theory is that they deliver the venom in a gaseous state, meaning that it's not being injected like a venom or being consumed like a poison. Venom has a lot of different uses, and diamondback rattlesnakes use their venom to track their prey. Their bites will cause internal bleeding in their victims, but it doesn't kill them right away. And so, the rattlesnake follows the dying prey, tracking the scent of its own venom. Similarly, parasitic pseudactian flies track ant venom fumes to find their prey, the ants emitting the odor. Many species have venom that paralyze their prey, and one of the most novel uses of paralysis is seen in moles and shrews, both of which are adorably venomous. Shrews don't need venom to kill their prey. They use it to keep it fresh. They will inject worms with their paralyzing venom so that the worm won't be able to escape. The shrew will pick up the paralyzed worm, carry it to its den, and then stack it with the rest of its collection of paralyzed worms. This way, the shrew always has a fresh supply of meals. Shrews use venom to make preserves. Determining the deadliest venomous animal is difficult, but one of the top contenders is the inland taipan. This snake can kill in 45 minutes despite not injecting very much venom. The banana spider is another particularly deadly species, and their venom causes paralysis and death. Fat-tailed scorpions belong to the Androctonus genus, which translates as man-killer, and that couldn't be more accurate. They have extremely deadly venom, and it kills 50% of their victims. Venomous snake bites alone are responsible for 400,000 amputations and 100,000 deaths a year. That said, scientists are now using venom to save people's lives.
It's the principal ingredient of a drug called provenom. Although Bill provides this drug to doctors at cost, only a few states, such as Florida, have allowed him to treat otherwise incurable patients with it.
Many venoms have positive qualities that make them very useful in the pharmaceutical industry. For example, the Gila monster, a venomous lizard from the Sonoran Desert, has a venom that contains a peptide that lowers glucose levels in their own blood. This helps them gorge themselves without getting sick in their feast or famine environment. Now, that particular peptide is being used to treat people with diabetes.
At Sao Paulo's Butantan Institute, the famous medically inspired snake ranch. Here, poisonous reptiles live in palatial quarters and are induced to yield their venom so that serums can be made to combat the activities of other poisonous reptiles.
Both pygmy rattlesnakes and saw-scaled vipers have venom that causes internal bleeding. And now modified versions of that venom can be used medicinally as blood thinners, especially in cases where there is a blockage of blood flow to the heart. Jararaca pit vipers have a venom that lowers blood pressure. And now in small controlled portions, it's being used to treat high blood pressure in humans. There is even an experimental drug that is using short-tailed shrew venom to kill cancer cells. These are just a few of the amazing uses of venom, the powerful chemical compound used all around the world to hunt, to defend, to preserve, and now to heal.
This business is all a great surprise to the snake, who never had any intention of using his venom in this way. And after it happens to him 2 or 3 times, he quits. He just dies. And then they can go and get their venom from some other snake.
Of all of our discoveries, electricity is probably in the top 3. But we're not the only ones who learned to harness it. These animals are electric type.
Today we're going to do some very exciting experiments and find out something about electricity.
Oh, yep.
The bitter sour sensation that you feel is the taste of electricity, which is passing through your tongue.
Living primarily in our lakes and oceans, there are 2 broad categories of electric animals, passive and aggressive.
This urge to maintain an electrical balance is potential electric energy.
Passive electric animals are electroreceptive, meaning that they are able to detect electric fields in order to find prey. Chimera monstrosa, echidnas, platypus, sharks, bees, and many other species are all electroreceptive. In order to detect electricity, these species have little holes on their bodies with electroreceptive organs. By calculating the voltage difference in the electroreceptors along their body, they can feel where other fish are, and in some cases what kind of fish they are and how big. The second category of electric animals are the aggressive electrics. These guys are able to create their own electric field, and they're called electrogenic. While there are a few electroreceptive species on land, for the electrogenic, we'll have to go out to sea.
The ocean floor is a dream world, silent, vast, mystic, unreal.
Most fish species that are electrogenic are also electroreceptive, and only a handful of those produce a notable shock, about 38 species in total. What is particularly interesting about electric animals is that they're not closely related. The ability to create an electric shock has evolved independently at least 8 times, so there must be something to it.
Now, when an eel locates a fish or when he is disturbed, he puts out what we call the double whammy.
We're not entirely certain on how electrogenic species evolved, but the leading theory is that they evolved from electroreceptive species. The theory is that in species of electroreceptive fish, their electric organs were highly active and able to generate enough electrical activity to be detected by the fish's own electroreceptors. Finding use in this development, these fish began using the discharge as a means of communication with other fish, as well as navigation in their murky habitats. As they gained more control of their electric organs, they were able to generate more power, and eventually got strong enough to stun prey. Does this mean that if we're lucky enough to not burn the world to the ground, that it's marginally possible that in 5,000 years we may have echidnas that produce electric shocks? I sure hope so. Their electric organs are made up of disc-shaped nerve or muscle cells called electrocytes.
These electrocytes are stacked, and when fired, the charge moves along them, creating a supercharge of up to 600 volts in some species. In order to protect themselves from electrocution, their body's connective and adipose tissue are insulated. But it's not 100% effective, and some have been seen twitching post-shock. The most dangerous electric species is the electric eel, which isn't even an eel.
Now, the eel part of his name may not be correct, but he sure came by the electric part honestly. Wasn't bad, was it?
These cuties can measure up to 2 meters long, and their bodies are lined with electrocytes, allowing them to wrap themselves around prey to zap them from all angles. These fish are the ones that can produce 600 volts of electricity, about the same as 400 AA batteries. When the eel discharges, it causes uncontrollable muscle spasms, paralyzing their prey. And sometimes, if the charge is strong enough, it can cause the prey to go into cardiac arrest. But even more badass than electric eels are the ones that jump. These eels leap out of the water to electrocute potential predators in an act of preemptive self-defense. They do this because the South American jungle ponds they live in dry up during the dry season, leaving them vulnerable to predators. Leaping out of the water is the best way to tell them to back off. Incidentally, it's also the most painful. By leaping and touching their potential predator outside of the water, they generate more power as the pulses don't get dissipated in the water. A leaping electric eel has enough power to kill a horse. Yikes.
There are stories of cattle, horses, even human beings being killed by the electric shock of eels. In fact, along the Amazon River, ranchers, they herd the eels into shallow water and then they kill them with their machetes.
Interestingly, the eels know when to use their shock. They use their electroreceptors to sense if an object is creating an electric field, and thus alive. If they're not, they won't attack. These eels also use their electricity during courtship. In an attempt to woo the female, the male will serenade her with songs encoded in electrical charges.
The only way you can describe Joe's table manners is to say that they're downright shocking.
The second most dangerous electric species is the electric catfish. Like their cousins, the electric eels, electric catfish are river fish and can be found throughout tropical Africa along the Nile. These long fish deliver less of a punch and can only produce 350 volts.
Well, he's really soft. Oh, yep.
It's not nearly as much as the electric eels, but it's still enough to stun an adult human or turn on a light bulb.
He should give us enough power to light the lights.
Electric rays, which are also known as torpedo fish, are a species of ray that can produce a shock of up to 220 volts. They're found throughout the world in warm, shallow waters, though some species live at depths of up to 1,000 meters. Their electric organs are bean-shaped and found on the dorsal side of their flat bodies on either side of their head. They use their electricity in self-defense, when hunting prey, and for navigation. Their shocks are quite painful and can knock out a human. Even cooler, electric rays were captured and their shocks were used in ancient Greece and Rome to treat gout and other ailments. And finally, we come to the ugliest electric species, the stargazer.
Wow! What is that?
You just threw it on the baby.
I didn't know the baby was there. What is that? What is it?
God.
That's like a stargazer. I think they're very poisonous. I think I touched the spike at some point.
These beauties can only produce up to 50 volts, and we're not entirely sure what they use it for. Their electric organs are located behind their eyes, and when they discharge, the current flows throughout their bodies. The shock isn't terribly strong, and they don't seem to use it to stun prey. Instead, they have been observed discharging electricity in short bursts in order to attract mates. There's electricity in the water, as they say.
But you know, if I were blindfolded, I'd sure hate to try to catch a greased pig simply by listening to its squeal.
In the constant struggle for survival, animals have developed novel defenses.
Some fight back, some look scary, and others are almost impossible to see. But one of the strangest defenses in the natural world comes from the animals that detach parts of their own body.
It's the work of science.
He pinched his own leg off, said, "Nah, screw that."
There. Now we have a specimen.
This is autotomy.
Yo! Let him go, dog! Look at the tail, bro.
It's a female iguana, probably less than a year old. Scared the crap out of me. Went across my legs. I didn't even step on the tail and it broke.
Deliberately dropping body parts is called autotomy and is extremely rare among vertebrates.
However, it's an adaptation that's evolved several times since the early Permian. An ancient reptile group called Captorhinids had built-in fracture planes in their vertebrae to drop their tails. When this group died out, tail autotomy didn't re-evolve for another 200 million years.
To be considered true autotomy, it needs to meet 3 conditions.
1. It's done for self-defense as a response to a dangerous situation. 2. There are weak spots to facilitate the breakage. And 3. The animal has control over when to do it.
Most lizard families have members that meet all 3 criteria. Among vertebrates, they're the undisputed queens of autotomy.
Most lizards who can autotomize have fracture planes on each of their tail vertebrae. These are weak spots that make it easier to sever the tail if necessary.
Let's see how these fracture planes work. That's pretty strong, actually.
If they're caught by the tail, they contract the muscles surrounding the highest free vertebra and break it in half. After this, the muscles separate and the skin is torn. The tail falls off.
Though not all lizards can lose their tails, generally speaking, species that use their tails in their daily lives are less likely to be able to autotomize.
Chameleons that use their tails to climb, monitors that use their tail as a weapon, and Jesus lizards that need it for balance when running on water are all unable to lose their tails on command.
Losing your tail is a cheap price to pay to avoid losing your life. But there are a lot of costs to losing parts of your body.
And every order is especially tailored to meet individual needs. Many try-ons are necessary, and trained personnel see that each patient has a perfect fit.
Lizards without tails lose social status, as they seem smaller than their tailed relatives.
And as a result, get less tail.
They also require a lot of energy to regenerate their tails, so they need a lot of food. This means more time out in the wild and a higher risk of encountering predators. And females who have lost their tails are less reproductively fit, as they produce fewer and smaller eggs.
Losing a tail also means losing an important fat reservoir. If the predator doesn't eat the whole tail, the lizard might come back and eat it to recoup some of its energy.
To improve their likelihood of survival, many species can regrow their lost tails. Some, like the common agama, grow clubbed tails, which might give them an advantage when fighting agamas with their original thin, weak tails. The new tails have cartilage instead of bone, but they lack weak spots in the vertebrae. If they ever needed to lose their tail, they'll eject from a higher vertebra than in the previous occasion.
Lizards, as well as some species of spiny mice, salamanders, and tuatara, are the only vertebrates that exhibit this behavior. But among invertebrates, it's much more common.
Hundreds of invertebrate species are known to autotomize, and there could be thousands more.
In North America, the most well-known tail droppers are the creatively named tail dropper slugs.
These cute little slugs are mostly found along the west coast and autotomize part of their tails when threatened, usually by bigger slugs or children with sticks.
It's hard to imagine being too lazy to chase a slug, but sometimes you just want to snack on a little slug nub.
Some of these slugs' aquatic cousins also have the ability to drop part of their body. The beautiful Philodesmium nudibranchs can drop some of their noodly appendages. Unfortunately, they're used for camouflage, so dropping them makes them more visible to future predators. Some crustaceans, such as stone crabs, can autotomize their claws and grow a new full-size set in about a year.
Oh, you want some crab leg? He pinched his own leg off, said, "No, screw that." That's crazy.
So, you have wounded me, and I must grow a new claw. Well and good, for I can do it in a day. But will you grow new lives when I have taken yours from you?
This adaptation has been exploited by fishermen who declaw crabs and toss them back into the water. They claim that this is a sustainable way of getting those juicy, delicious, nutritious crab claws.
Unfortunately, losing their only means of protection has a very high cost for crabs. Under experimental conditions, about half of crabs who had both claws removed died within an hour.
In the wild, even fewer might survive.
Among arachnids, orb weaver spiders are the most common autotomizer. They can shed their legs if bitten by venomous prey like wasps or bees. This prevents the venom from traveling into their abdomen and killing them. A study on damselfly larvae showed that in addition to reduced foraging and mating success, damselflies that autotomize parts of their body had less resources to maintain strong immune systems, so they were also more vulnerable to diseases and parasites.
As a whole, autotomy is a fascinating evolutionary adaptation that gives animals a chance to live another day, but severely limits their survival and reproductive rates. I said it before and I'll say it again, limbs are friends, not food.
Is there a black sheep in your family? There are 4 in Elaine Knudsen's. The 12-year-old 4-H girl from Petaluma, California is raising quadruplet lambs, 2 boys and 2 girls, all black. All black.
Melanism is an adaptation that serves 2 purposes. It increases an animal's chance of survival, and it makes it look awesome. Animals with melanism have an elevated level of melanin, a skin and hair pigment, and this condition can often improve the animal's camouflage.
Black is then added to give tonal value and depth to the colors. Color strongly influences our daily lives. It can appeal to us pleasantly.
Prey species, like melanistic eastern gray squirrels, become less conspicuous to predators, while predators, like the melanistic leopards, become more effective ambush hunters. Melanism occurs in hundreds of different species. For felines, the most popular melanistic species is the black panther, which are really melanistic leopards or jaguars, though melanism does occur in several other cat species, including the serval, domestic cat, and a few others.
Leopards are nocturnal animals, so being darker in these dark environments makes them almost impossible to spot.
Melanism occurs in about 11% of the leopard's range, but the vast majority of black panthers are found in the dense tropical rainforests of India and Southeast Asia. In some areas of the Malay Peninsula, almost all leopards are melanistic. In the exposed savanna, virtually all leopards are spotted.
The gene for melanism in leopards is dominant, so even if a panther mates with a spotted leopard, their babies are likely to be panthers.
Melanistic jaguars are more rare and only occur when both parents are melanistic. But if you're lucky enough to encounter one, it will probably be one of the most beautiful animals you'll ever see.
The melanistic form of the red fox is the silver fox. They used to be relatively common, but overhunting has reduced the proportion of the population that's melanistic.
Records from the Hudson's Bay Company show that up to 25% of the fox pelts traded in British Columbia from 1825 to 1850 were silver. Their pelts were more valuable than red pelts, which gave trappers an incentive to target them. Because of this, only about 5 to 10% of modern red foxes are silver.
In squirrels, melanism is rare, with only about 1 in every 10,000 squirrels being totally black. This is caused by a recessive gene, and only a pair of black squirrels can mate to make melanistic babies.
This is what you might call a squirrely story. Meet Miss Florence Hinton of Grover City, California, who has trained a small platoon of the bushy-tailed little rodents into amiability and a desire to please. Snookums here is a motherly little old lady squirrel with quite a talent for babysitting.
Their coloration seems to be an adaptation for life in dense forests, as a way to be less conspicuous to owls and other raptors. Despite this, there are some urban areas where they thrive. My hometown of Toronto, Canada, has one of the largest concentrations of black squirrels in the world. Several other rodent species, like marmots and mice, have similar melanistic fashion sense.
Melanism can be caused by human activity. This is known as industrial melanism and is one of the best examples that we've witnessed of natural selection in action.
Industrial pollution kills lichen in trees and creates a lot of soot that builds up everywhere. This makes lighter individuals stand out more against their background, and the darker individuals more likely to survive.
A particularly good example of this is the peppered moth.
At the beginning of the 19th century, there were no records of melanistic pepper moths.
They were all mostly light gray, but when the Industrial Revolution kicked in between 1820 and 1840, black peppered moths were reported.
Their numbers increased rapidly, and by the end of the 19th century, 98% of peppered moths were black. Then, as environmental regulations were enacted and soot deposits washed away, the lighter morph recovered. Today, over 70% of peppered moths are mottled light gray.
This girl's hair looks light when we see her between two dark-haired girls. But if her companions are light blondes, the girl in the center will now impress us as having dark hair.
Industrial melanism has occurred in over 70 species of Lepidoptera and a few beetles, but it's not the only reason some insects are melanistic.
There is a positive correlation between insect melanism and pathogen resistance. Insects that live in high-density populations, such as Spodoptera moths, need to develop stronger immune systems. One of the ways they do that is by beefing up their phenyloxidase system, which kills or neutralizes pathogens by bombarding them with melanin. As a side effect, a higher proportion of them are born melanistic. In birds, melanism is rare, but melanistic penguins, owls, and quails, among others, have been reported.
My two favorite melanistic birds by far are the black silky rooster and the Iam samani. Both of these domestic fowl are not only black on the outside, but also black on the inside.
See the eyes? The eyes is very black. Because in the tongue color is black, right? You have to make sure that everything is black. Thank you.
Their beaks, wattles, combs, tongues, bones, and even organs are all jet black. Their black coloration makes them much more attractive to breeders, and so their hyperpigmentation indirectly has led to higher chances of producing offspring. While Samanis are quite rare, black silkies are very popular and known for being super docile and are sometimes kept as pets. And in case you're wondering, there are no known cases of melanistic humans, but there are lots of animals and humans with the opposite condition, albinism. But that's a conversation for another week.
The man is delirious. You don't actually believe he saw a white gorilla, do you?
One of the most important decisions in an animal's life is choosing the right mate.
I haven't dated any girl but Nora in 2 months. We're really in love.
Uh-huh. And you were really in love with Betty and Mary and Dallas?
If you make the wrong choice and pick a weak mate, your offspring will have a lower chance of survival. The stakes are high, and so these animals have evolved beyond the standard brawl for mating rights.
These are nature's greatest dancers. There are many ways to choose a mate in the animal kingdom.
Mammals and reptiles mostly use the tried and true method of duking it out for mating rights. Males battle for territory and for access to females. The strongest males generally get to mate with more females. Frogs woo their mates by serenading them with elaborate croak operas. Those who can sing the longest and the loudest are generally preferred. Other amphibians prefer a less sensual love language. To them, it's all about chemistry, and mates choose each other based entirely on pheromones. If a male smells delicious, females are going to eat him up.
Woo-wee, stinky! But by far, the most amazing form of sexual selection is when animals go on the dance floor and shake their tail feather. In hundreds of bird species, males use their flamboyant looks and energetic courtship displays to attract females.
Here's an opportunity for Pete and Morris to break up this deadlock, to make the party fun.
The birds of paradise of New Guinea and Australia are some of the world's handsomest dancers. The majority of males have beautiful decorations, and, of course, they can dance. The superb bird of paradise's iridescent feathers and incredible moves make it irresistible to the females of its species, even though it looks a little bit like a Jawa. Parodias use their head plumes and shiny throat to attract females, but it really is when they fan their wings like a tutu and gracefully shuffle back and forth that their sex appeal is revealed. Magnificent rifle birds are happy to show off their iridescent breastplates, but their rhythmic wing flapping and dramatic head banging is what brings all the girls to the yard.
Bowerbirds go even further. Several bowerbird species build nest-like structures called bowers. They decorate them with shiny objects and arrange them in creative ways to impress the females.
For this bowerbird, building the bower is just the first step. Females will come to judge the male's building skills. If she stays, the male will show off its beautiful head plumage and dance like a possessed bullfighter. He might even give her a snack to seal the deal. If she's impressed by his artistic package, she will allow him to mate. The copulation lasts less than 5 seconds, after which they will never see each other again. Bowerbirds have the most elaborate one-night stands in the world. Many animals like mates who can sing or dance, but females of some bird species like to find themselves a guy who can do both. Superb lyrebird males are song and dance kind of guys. Males are amazing copycats and can imitate the sounds of other birds as well as the sounds of man-made objects. In Central America, the red-capped manakin uses its moonwalk-like dance to attract the ladies. It is known in these parts of the world that dancing is a smooth aphrodisiac. Frigate birds have even developed air sacs to display while they're doing their dance. We still don't know why, but to female frigate birds, there is nothing more attractive than a male with an unbuilt facial red balloon. Similarly, in the sage-grouses of North America, males have chest sacs which they inflate while they dance and sing. Males congregate in an area called a lek. Dozens might show up and try their best to outsing and dance the other males. While they dance, they make a noise that sounds like a bubble popping. These sounds can travel up to 3 kilometers and attract females, who will come to see the available mates and pick their favorites. But in other bird species, females have learned that it takes 2 to tango. North American western grebes dance in pairs in one of the most spectacular courtship displays in the animal kingdom. They dance on the water. They're the largest animals to do this and achieve it by running very quickly, taking 20 steps a second. They literally run on water to impress their mates. Their toes are lobed, and unlike other waterfowl, their legs are attached to the rear of their body instead of the bottom. If the water dance is performed successfully, the pair becomes bonded. So in a way, it's like their wedding dance.
And the bride that you get from a mail-order house will come to you with kisses and love.
Other water birds, such as the blue-footed booby and the albatross, perform dances to help strengthen their bond. In the booby's case, the male's bright blue feet are as important as the dancing. Males with duller shades of blue have a harder time finding a lady. Andean flamingos prefer social dancing over one-on-one displays. During the breeding season, hundreds of flamingos congregate in lakes and perform a sort of mating ballet. They huddle together and walk along the water on point, while rhythmically turning their necks up and down. Then there are birds whose dancing outfits are so impractical that it affects their survival rate. Birds like the peacock and the great argus have disproportionately large feathers that make them slower and more conspicuous to predators. Not all great dancers in the animal kingdom are birds. Some animals bring multiple pairs of dancing shoes to impress a girl.
Now you and I can go out tomorrow and have some real fun.
Sure, come on, let's dance.
The Australian peacock spider is an amazing dancer. Female spiders are hard to impress, so in addition to having beautiful and colorful abdominal fans, the male must perform an elaborate dance. For an animal without a backbone, these little dancers are brave. The penalty for not being a good dancer is death. When the female is within sight, he claps his third row of legs as he dances for his life. The performance might last up to 50 minutes. If successful, he gets to mate. But sometimes, even successful mates get eaten by the hungry female. These stakes would really make So You Think You Can Dance much more interesting to watch.
We're still not 100% sure why dancing has evolved in so many different species, but one way to explain it is by a process called Fisherian runoff. Females start by having a preference in males. Maybe more colorful feathers indicates better health. Over time, those traits get exaggerated. There is a cost to having them, but the benefit of more access to females makes up for it. The traits will keep getting more noticeable until the cost no longer outweighs the benefits. The interesting thing is that both males and females would probably be more successful if they didn't have a preference for colorful tails or elaborate courtship displays. But hey, we all need beauty in our lives.
Nora's the prettiest girl I've ever known. She's just as beautiful as...
Beautiful? And you think that's all that matters? Oh, hurry up and get in bed, will you?
What is it like to be a bat? They roam the night when it's pitch black. Their prey is small, fast, and well camouflaged. It seems like a losing battle, but the bat has another card under its wing. It can see the echoes of its own voice. It's the most advanced sensory tool in nature, and it's evolved separately in several different species. This is echolocation.
I was just conducting a little experiment, trying to find out how the devil bat does his killing.
Animals have built-in, military-grade machinery in their heads, a biological sonar system.
The animal will make a high-pitched noise and hear the echo, allowing them to map the world around them. When the sounds bounce off of different materials, they sound different. And the closer the object is, the faster the sound will bounce. This is an amazing strategy, but it has a big drawback. As the high-pitched noise travels and disperses through the air, it loses power density. Some of the sound is also absorbed by the air and water.
But to deal with this, they have two adaptations. They can make extremely loud noises that can travel far, and they have amazingly sensitive hearing.
The best natural sonar belongs to bats, who use it to catch prey as small as a moth. There are over 1,200 species, and over half of these spooky creatures echolocate.
You've heard about the bats they have here. Some of them bats is rabid.
Well... Different species use different frequencies, and they range from about 20 to 200 kilohertz. Lower frequencies travel further, but higher frequencies paint the best 3D picture of their surroundings, especially when they chirp 200 times a second. Luckily, their sonar is outside our range of hearing. Their clicks can be as loud as a chainsaw, and if we were able to hear thousands of flying chainsaws at night, we'd never sleep again.
The clicks go out extremely loud, but by the time they come back, they can be thousands of times quieter. To detect them, they need super hearing.
Their inner ear has a very high concentration of receptor cells. In some species, they can tell differences in sound as slight as 0.1 hertz. To prevent their chainsaw-loud chirps from destroying their sensitive ears, they physically unplug their ears. They can contract muscles in their head to detach the inner ear bones from each other. The most amazing thing about it is that they can chirp for a few milliseconds, then plug their ears back for a few milliseconds, and repeat the process over 200 times a second.
Ah, my friend. Our theory of glandular stimulation through electrical impulses was correct.
Another low visibility environment where echolocation is helpful is the ocean, and the best echolocators are the toothed cetaceans, like dolphins.
Nobody ever trained a porpoise, but judging by their ability to stand on their tails, they have possibilities.
Dolphins are amazing explorers, hunters, and social creatures despite not being able to rely on their sight or their sense of smell to navigate their environment. And they manage to do it all through echolocation.
It's plain to see why saltwater fishermen hate to see porpoises appear. They can ruin fishing.
To make their clicking noise, they slap structures in their blowholes called sonic lips. They have two pairs of lips, as they evolved from the two nostrils in their terrestrial ancestors, so they can make two clicks simultaneously. The sound then travels through the melon, the fatty part of the dolphin's head, which can change its shape to focus the sound wave to the object of the dolphin's attention. It's basically a lens for sound. The echoes are then received through the dolphin's lower jaw and transmitted to the inner ear. And all of this happens in a fraction of a second, as sound travels faster in water than in the air.
Now, since the watch is waterproof,
I guess that proves that sound also travels better through water.
That's right.
Rehabilitated dolphins at the Dolphin Research Center in Florida are teaching scientists about their ability to see through their ears.
Blindfolded dolphins are able to find a metal ring at the bottom of a pool by sensing the differences in the echoes that bounce off the ring and those that bounce off the sand. A helpful tool when you're looking for your keys before leaving the house. This other dolphin can copy his friend's actions just by hearing them. Their ears are really high precision tools. Fortunately for beachgoers and scuba divers, we can't hear the clicks, as they're emitted at over 100 kilohertz in order to avoid being heard by killer whales.
Toothed cetaceans are not the only mammals who echolocate. Over 100 species of shrews and several other small mammals have developed the ability to use sound for navigation.
Have you ever heard of a shrew?
As in taming
No,
of
the animal. Bradford called them Sorixorisidae when you showed you one.
Oh, then shrew must be the common name for those cute little animals.
Cute. That's the last word you can use to describe those little monsters. They're the most horrible animals on the face of the earth.
Shrews, for example, are very vocal animals and are known to twitter when exploring new environments. Like bats, shrews are nocturnal animals, but since they're close to the ground, they're able to use their sense of smell to find food.
Do you believe in fairy tales?
Well, I'm a little old for that sort of thing, but what'd you have in mind?
There are 200 or 300 giant shrews out there. Monsters weighing between 50 and 100 pounds.
That's as big as a full-grown wolf.
And what's more, they are beginning to starve.
In both bats and dolphins, there was a need to develop high-frequency echolocation to avoid attracting predators. But shrews' tweets might not be loud enough to attract predators and are even in the range of human hearing. Their echolocation is very rudimentary, and it's mostly used as a complementary tool to determine soil density and to sense big obstacles like logs and rocks.
The shrews were out there. I couldn't take a chance.
The most unlikely animals to echolocate are birds. Only a handful of genera are known to do this, and among them, the oilbird is the king of the sonar.
Oilbirds should be called batbirds. They only have their current name due to the fact that their babies are so fat that they can be used as fuel for oil lamps. But their behavior is surprisingly bat-like. Their huge colonies roost in caves as high as possible. They're fully nocturnal, and, of course, they echolocate. Unlike the other animals in this episode, they only eat fruit and have amazing nocturnal vision, which suggests that they don't need to echolocate to find food. The majority of their echolocation happens in their caves, as a way to navigate their pitch-black homes and possibly to communicate with each other in one of the greatest cave cacophonies on Earth.
Despite this, there's evidence to suggest that echolocation has evolved separately multiple times in birds. With a little luck, we might see new birds develop this amazing sense.
Attention please. Flight 631 for Salt Lake City, Denver, and New York is now boarding at gate number 7.
Living in trees can provide access to food and protection from predators. Unfortunately, for animals that can't fly, it can be very difficult to get around. Some use branch highways to travel. Others launch themselves with reckless abandon. And others have to go the long way and climb down and up trees. But a very select group of animals have developed ways to seemingly fly without wings. These are nature's gliders. You can run, but you can't glide!
Gliding is traveling through the sky without a power source. Some birds can fly to the sky and glide for days, but gliding is a little more complicated for mammals.
A dashing motorboat and a speedy glider. And this time it's victory. Some nerve, you say, and we do too.
Bats are the only truly flying mammals. They have a membrane called a patagium, which connects their fingers to their bodies to create wings. Other mammals have less developed patagia. They're kind of adorable, but they don't get nearly the same airtime as bats.
Flying squirrels are maybe the cutest and best known gliding mammals. There are about 50 species all over the world, including 3 species in North America.
20 million years ago, their ancestors originated from tree squirrels. Since then, they have become expert gliders, with most species able to glide for up to 90 meters. Their tail is used to steer and balance themselves in mid-air. Flying squirrels currently hold the record for longest glides among terrestrial animals at about 200 meters. When they land, they tilt their body up so that they land with all 4 of their legs simultaneously. This helps them distribute the force of the impact evenly, preventing injury.
Other gliding mammals, such as the colugo, have cool features like webbed hands to help their patagia. But some gliders are so efficient at it that they're simply called gliders.
Smoke jumping looks easy, doesn't it? The graceful way the jumper seems to glide to earth. But how would you like to climb out of a plane and land in timber?
Gliders are found across eastern Australia and New Guinea. There are 8 species with overlapping ranges. Different species specialize in different types of trees and forest. The sugar glider, for instance, is very small and agile. It can glide between branchy trees with such grace that it's also known as the rope dancer. The trade-off is that they can't glide for very long distances as their patagia are very small. In the air, they look like parachuting ballerinas, but unfortunately, their landings are not always smooth.
The glider forces coming in for a landing are always likely to make anybody's heart skip a beat.
Gliding is not only found in mammals. The genus with the coolest name in the world, Draco lizards, or flying dragons, are known to glide over 60 meters, which is amazing for an animal smaller than a cell phone.
Dracos have colorful patagia and an extra flap of skin under their throat that acts as a stabilizing rudder. Their long glides help them ambush insects on nearby trees. Like flying squirrels, they use their tail to steer themselves for increased hunting accuracy. In classic nature fashion, their patagia have another use: their mating and warning displays. If you're a Draco and see another Draco showing you his patagium, it means he either likes you or would like you to leave. Classic boys and their mixed messages.
And their predators, the venomous Chrysopelia snakes, also known as flying snakes. That's right, the flying lizards are predated upon by flying snakes.
Unlike other animals in this episode, flying snakes don't have any specialized appendages to glide. To move from tree to tree, they jump off a branch and make themselves wider by flattening their rib cages. By doing this, they can make themselves twice as wide as normal. Then, they move in an undulating motion to create a pseudo-disc. They don't spin like a frisbee, but the constant undulation creates the right aerodynamic conditions for gliding.
Fortunately for us, they're relatively tiny at about 1 meter and eat small prey. And their venom seems to be harmless to humans. Moving on to even more unusual gliders, we have an animal that's born in water, spends its life on land, and can glide for long distances. The flying frog.
Many frog species have webbed feet, which they use to swim when necessary. But some of those species have independently adapted for life in trees and have repurposed their foot webbing as tiny parachutes. The coolest one of them is probably Wallace's flying frog. They're one of the largest flying frogs, and their feet have evolved to be cartoonishly big. In case of a predator emergency, they jump off their tree. Though not as accomplished as other gliders, they can still glide up to 50 meters.
If you're ever in the jungles of Indonesia, watch out for parachuting frogs falling on your head. They might give you a concussion. Finally, we go to the ocean, where we find some of the most unlikely gliders, flying fish.
Flying fish have been around since before dinosaurs roamed the earth. Today, there are about 60 species. They're not closely related to the earliest flying fish, but share their two most important features. They have strong spines to keep them rigid while gliding, and modified pectoral fins that act as wings. To glide, flying fish get a swimming start and leap out of the water, opening their pectoral fins at the right moment to generate lift. This technique allows them to glide for over 50 meters, though under the right conditions, they can glide for hundreds of meters, reach heights of over 6 meters, and be airborne for over 40 seconds. A nice respite from predators.
It's a bit of a bizarre strategy, but you know what they say. There's no such thing as a flying dolphin. Yet.
Flight 631 for Salt Lake City, Denver, and New York is now boarding at gate number 7.
Our Halloween haunts are usually based on the supernatural. Ghouls, zombies, vampires, sexy kittens. But the scariest monsters of all are the ones found in the natural world, cannibals.
Consistent reports from witnesses to the effect that people who acted as though they were in a kind of trance were killing and eating their victims prompted authorities to examine the bodies of some of the victims.
Dinner time is happy time for this family.
In all cases, the killers are eating the flesh of the people they murdered.
Hi, I'm Jess Keating, and you're watching Animalogic Second Nature. The natural world is filled with animals whose feeding strategies rely on eating members of their own species. These are nature's best cannibals. Cannibalism is seen in a wide variety of species, from those who look the part to those who don't. While nature may hold no moral judgment on cannibalistic species, that doesn't mean that cannibalism doesn't have its negatives.
Civil defense authorities have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence of having been partially devoured by their murderers.
First of all, disease. It is much easier to get sick from a member of your own species than another species, so eating your cousin increases your chances of contracting a disease.
We'll be ready to eat as soon as Father comes home. My, I hope he's not late, don't you?
Secondly, the most common victims of cannibalism are youth. And if you eat your own offspring, your genes won't be passed on.
How soon do we eat? Right now, says Mother.
Smart cannibals will avoid eating their own children and instead cook up their neighbor's kid with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. For example, paper wasps and tiger salamanders have been seen to be less likely to eat relatives, whom they can identify via smell. Similarly, spadefoot toads will avoid eating their siblings by hanging out in areas with a high density of unrelated toads. The paper wasp is an exception, however. Most invertebrates rarely recognize kin and will devour members of their own species, relative or no.
The wave of murder which is sweeping the eastern third of the nation is being committed by creatures who feast upon the flesh of their victims.
One big advantage of cannibalism is that it gives you an extra food source when times get tough. Snowy egrets and many rodents, rabbits, and shrewds will cannibalize the weakest of their babies in long winters and in times of scarcity. Fish, on the other hand, don't really care about the time of year. They'll eat their tasty, nutritious young whenever they need a meal. They will even eat their own eggs. When males are guarding their eggs, they will pop one or two back when they need a snack, and if they're really hungry, they'll wolf the whole brood down.
There are many things that you can do to help yourselves from becoming victims.
Well, if you let me take you to school, I'll give you this pretty little dolly. Okay. All right, darling, come on.
Cichlids, for example, will put their babies in their mouths for protection. This may look cute, but oftentimes they will swallow, eating their entire family in one gulp. Some shark species, like the sand tiger shark, practice in utero cannibalism. These sharks' eggs hatch in their mom's oviducts. Once hatched, the stronger pup will eat the other, eventually giving them the strength of a full-grown shark and a little baby. Though it's not always parents feeding on the babies, sometimes it's the other way around. These are cannibal babies. Black lace spiders, for example, might just be the best mothers on the planet. They will care for their spiderlings for a few days after they hatch, but soon after, the babies will need a lot of food in order to build up energy to molt. So, the mother sacrifices herself, allowing her babies to devour her alive. In some snail species, they practice sibling cannibalism. Rock snails will lay hundreds of eggs, but only about 15 ever hatch. The ones that do hatch will make the unhatched eggs their first meal. These snails are born unable to digest their adult vegan diet, so until they acquire the necessary gut bacteria, they cannibalize their siblings. Conversely, spadefoot toads begin their journey as vegetarian tadpoles. But as they grow and develop, they become cannibalistic, eating the younger tadpoles. These tadpoles eat their own kind because their ponds can dry up quickly and suddenly, so they either grow fast or die. Anything that can help them grow as quickly as possible and climb out of the volatile pond as toads is a huge help. This is the biggest advantage to eating members of your own family. You can get a lot of energy in a short amount of time, allowing you to grow and reproduce and pass your genes on to the next generation. I guess, just like in humans, the first suspects are always your family. Polar bears are of the most famous infanticidal cannibals. cubs are part of a balanced breakfast for an adult male polar bear. While there has been speculation that it's climate change that has forced them into cannibalization, polar bears have always been cold, hard cannibals. Probably the most misunderstood form of cannibalism is sexual cannibalism.
There is no more deadly or voracious creature than the praying mantis.
You've probably heard that black widows and praying mantises both devour their mates after sex. While it can happen, it's not nearly as common as you may think, and the notion is based on bad science. When they conducted the study that found that female mantises eat males after mating, they had starved the females for several days prior. In natural conditions, both mantises and black widows are quite comfortable with males not being dead after mating. That said, if either female is hungry, she will bite his head off.
Usually, she does not attack the male as he tries to secure her with his own ineffective web. Only when prompted by strong hunger does the black widow kill and eat the male after mating.
The real sexual cannibals are the Australian redbacks. When mating, the male spider will go on top and put his abdomen near the female's mouth. During the act, the female will bite into his body for a little snack. If the male survives, he may return for a second round. But no male has ever gone more than 2 rounds and lived to spin the tail. This is another good example of spiders being great parents. The male is sacrificing himself for the chance of producing better eggs. Several mammals will cannibalize a mother's young as a mating strategy. Seen in both chimpanzees and lions, dominant males will kill and often eat all the female's cubs, as it causes the mother to come into estrus soon after, allowing her to bear his cubs much sooner. Nothing turns a woman on like eating her babies in front of her.
And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. They did eat every herb of the land.
Mormon crickets practice cannibalism due to overcrowding. They move in giant swarms, devouring all the food sources in their path. Often, there isn't enough food to support the entire swarm, and so members are left with no choice but to eat each other. Factory farm chickens will exhibit similar behaviors if they are packed too closely together, turning to cannibalism out of stress. They will peck each other to death and cannibalize the corpse. Stress will also force a bout of cannibalism on the cutest cannibalistic species, the hamster. If a hamster gets too stressed out, often caused by small cages with nowhere to hide, they will eat their pups. Mothers will also cannibalize their young if they are sick, dead, or if there are just too many of them. But it's not just the babies that get eaten. Sometimes adults of the same sex, if placed in the same cage, will fight to the death, and the winner will feast on the carcass of the loser. Thankfully, they don't usually cut off the face of their victim and wear it around. Usually.
I caused a good part of the trouble by not having dinner on time.
That does it.
Telling someone to eat poop is obviously an insult. But in these species, if they could talk, they'd probably say, "Oh, do you have any?" These animals are nature's best poop eaters.
Father is certainly enjoying his. So is Carol. He emptied that bottle as fast as he could. Gobble down a couple of big spoonfuls, one right after the other.
When you think of poop, you're probably not thinking, that might be tasty.
Bad taste.
Good taste.
Yet, surprisingly, poop contains a lot of nutritional value, and many species rely on it as a core component of their diet.
Coprophagia, or consuming feces, is a great way for animals to reabsorb nutrients, get nutrients seldom found in their environments, and, in some cases, a way of acquiring the right gut bacteria to help them break down hard-to-digest food. Feces are also a great source of vitamin B and K, which are secreted by gut bacteria.
I'm through with fresh fruit juices. I'd give up carrots too. I don't need Dr. Seuss's. I need vitamin
poop. All of these species are incredibly important to the health of the environment. They do the jobs that nobody else wants to do. Well, except fungi.
Of course, there are some negative consequences to eating feces, with the transmission of parasites being the most common one.
The most famous poop eaters are the ones that adorably roll it around in balls. The dung beetles.
There are over 6,000 species of dung beetle found all over the world. These beetles are amazing at finding poop. Using advanced chemoreception, within 15 minutes of an elephant making droppings, thousands of dung beetles will arrive on the scene. Once on site, they are incredibly efficient. A group of a few thousand beetles can clear a 3-pound load of elephant poop in just 2 hours. They use their little legs to grab a chunk of poop, shape it into a ball, and then they roll it off.
Even cuter is that they roll the balls backwards.
Their hind legs push the ball, while they walk standing on their front legs. In most species, dung makes up the majority of their diet, but they use it for more than just feeding themselves.
They also rely on poop for reproduction.
Dad,
Yes?
where do babies come from anyhow?
Several species of dung beetle lay their eggs in the dung balls and bury them. This gives their larvae a first meal when they are born. This is called mass provisioning. A female dung beetle may only lay about 5 eggs in her entire life, so she needs to work extra hard to give her babies the best chance of survival. So she will lay only 1 egg per dung ball.
Competition for dung is fierce.
Albeit cute, rolling balls away from dump sites is dangerous work. Often, rival beetles will try to steal a dung ball by use of force and lay their own eggs in it. Then it becomes a race against time for the larvae to hatch.
The first to hatch gets to live and eat poop.
Dung beetles are very important to the environment. They bury their collected poop, which helps replenish nutrients in the soil. They also remove parasites, like intestinal worms in cows, by eating their larvae that are living in the dung.
Dung flies are another key coprophagous species.
They don't exclusively rely on dung to survive, but they do use it as a hookup spot. Males will usually hang around near fresh piles of poop, waiting for females to show up so they can mate with them. After which, like dung beetles, they will lay their eggs in the freshest available poop.
But insects aren't the only poop specialists in the world. In the ocean, coprophagy is rather common.
Mollusks, shrimps, fish, and many other species all eat feces. This is particularly common among bottom dwellers, where organic matter is scarce, and feces pellets accumulate in the form of marine snow. Feces have never been so beautiful.
In the mammalian world, rabbits and other members of the Leporidae family are the kings of coprophagy.
Then he saw something that would finish his meal just right. Fresh, green, delicious.
They're cecotropes, and fermented poop is an important part of their diet.
They rely on feces as part of their diet because they have a design flaw. Like us, their meals pass through their small intestine first. This is where all the nutrients are absorbed. But the large intestine contains a pouch called a cecum, which holds the gut bacteria they need to ferment the plant matter in order to make it nutritious. To get the most nutrition out of their food, they need to eat it, have it go to the large intestine to ferment, poop it, and then eat it again to absorb the nutrients. These soft feces are rich in vitamins and microbial proteins. They will continue this process until the droppings have lost all nutrition and are hard rather than soft.
It's a rather unpleasant process to witness, as the rabbits will often eat the droppings straight from the source. But without eating their soft serve, rabbits become malnourished. So if you own a rabbit, like Marie Antoinette supposedly said, let them eat poop.
This behavior is also seen in many other small mammals, including sportive lemurs, common ringtail possums, mountain beavers, and the coypu.
Many larger mammals like rhinos, elephants, pandas, and koalas are also coprophagous.
The practice is especially common in babies, who need to eat their mom's droppings in order to acquire the gut bacteria necessary to break down plant matter.
The other reason they eat poop is that it gives them a second chance to digest plant matter.
All of these species eat very fibrous foods that take longer to digest than it takes for them to pass through their system. And so, eating their own feces is a great way to get another shot at digesting the plant matter.
This practice is also seen in many birds.
Cassowary chicks in particular are known to rummage through their parents' poop in order to find seeds that they can then ingest.
Poop, one animal's trash, is another's favorite meal.
Show me your teeth, and I'll tell you who you are. Teeth are one of the most useful and specialized adaptations in the animal kingdom.
Not everyone has teeth which are snow white and evenly spaced, but anyone can have clean ones.
You can generally get a lot of information about an animal's diet just by looking at the tools in their mouth. In some cases, teeth can evolve into really strange tools.
These are nature's coolest teeth.
How are your teeth? Have you thought of them lately? Well, that's what we want to talk about your teeth. Will everybody in the audience please run the tip of his tongue over his teeth, just to get into the spirit of the story, please? That's right, thank you.
Teeth had humble beginnings. They're thought to have originated from modified scales that helped the first jawed fish catch their prey. Since then, fish teeth have developed into a variety of weapons.
Most fish are carnivores, and so their teeth are designed for snatching prey. The ocean-dwelling Sloan viperfish and the vampire fish of the rivers of South America separately evolved giant needle-like teeth to kill prey. In the vampire fish's case, their teeth can be up to 15 centimeters long.
The vampire fish doesn't really drink blood, but there are fish that do, and their mouths are even more terrifying than your favorite Transylvanian ghouls.
The sea lamprey, for example, has concentric rows of teeth to attach itself to its prey. Then, it uses the teeth on its tongue to scrape off scales and flesh until its prey bleeds. It will stay attached until it's had its fill of blood. Similarly, cookie cutter sharks have circular mouths with teeth designed to gouge almost perfectly circular chunks of meat in one bite. They usually target larger prey that are unable to stop the small shark's swim-by attack.
Of course, if we're talking about sharks, we need to mention the incredible badassery of the helicoprion, which lived about 300 million years ago.
Their lower jaws have a spiral-like structure full of teeth called a whorl. How it's used and where it's located on the shark has been a mystery for a century. But new studies indicate that it sat inside the mouth, closer to the jaw joint. Paleontologists say that the buzzsaw shape was probably used to snarl and slice into soft-bodied prey like squid. Their cousins, Carcharocles megalodon, were the largest sharks to ever live. They had relatively normal teeth, except for the fact that they could be over 18 centimeters long and serrated like steak knives. Their prey probably consisted mostly of whales, so big teeth were necessary.
Looking at the mouth of a predator, it becomes very evident that you don't want to catch the business end of those chompers. One of the most terrifying sets of teeth ever belonged to the mighty T-Rex.
To get into the juicy parts of large, thick-skinned dinosaurs such as the Triceratops, T-Rex needed some of the largest teeth ever recorded. They were about twice the size of a banana to go along with a bite that could produce 7 tons of force.
If you're watching this video looking for nightmare fuel, the best places to start are sheepshead fish and leatherback turtles. Trust me.
The sheepshead fishes and sizers are eerily human-like, and they also have rows of molar-looking teeth on the roof and bottom of their mouths. They use these chompers to grab, grind, and crush hard prey such as clams and oysters. The beautiful and famously chill leatherback turtles prefer softer prey such as jellies, but keeping them from slipping out of their mouth can be tricky. Luckily, they have terrifying teeth-like spines lining the inside of their mouths, all the way down to their esophagus. They point backwards, so jellies trying to sneak out get stuck in them.
They're like traffic spikes for lion's mane jellies.
If you are out of toothpaste, a mixture of baking soda and salt will clean your teeth very well.
Moving on to mammals, but staying in the ocean, we have the misnomered crab-eater seals.
These chunky dog mermaids don't eat crab at all. They're actually Antarctic krill specialists, and their teeth play a vital role in their hunting success. When they encounter krill, they take a big gulp and then push out all the water through the sieve-like teeth. The water goes out and the krill stays in.
Another marine mammal, the narwhal, has one of the most impressive canines in the animal kingdom.
Though it looks like a horn, the narwhal's tusk is an elongated canine tooth that can reach lengths of up to 3 meters. Nobody knows what they're used for, and theories range from sexual selection to hunting tools to communication devices. What we do know is that they're extremely sensitive sensory organs and might be able to detect changes in water pressure and ocean salinity.
On land, having a nice set of teeth is usually a great way to get mates.
Turned down by the girls. Can't get to first base. A failure in the army, in business, in romance. Reason? Bad teeth.
Walruses have gigantic tusks about 1 meter long. They use them to fight for access to females, but in most cases, just having larger teeth discourages potential challengers from picking a fight. Vampire deer, unlike most other deer species, lack large antlers, and instead, they have long, sharp fangs.
To fight, they stand on their hind legs and punch each other in the face until one falls down. Then the one that's left standing comes in with its sharp fangs to deliver a coup de grace.
Elephants sometimes also use their huge tusks for self-defense, but serious tusk fights are rare. They're mostly used as digging tools when looking for salt, water, and roots. They also use them to mark their territories by stripping the bark off trees.
The weirdest tusks belong to the babirusa. At first sight, they seem like obvious fighting tools, but they're far too brittle to be used in battle.
Babirusa are more boxers than fencers, and prefer a good slap over the face than stabbing each other with their tusks. Their real purpose remains a mystery, but they're probably a way to display fitness. Unfortunately, their fitness display can become too much of a good thing, as their tusks are known to curve backwards. If they get too long, they can pierce through the babirusa's eyes and skull.
Finally, we have the naked mole rat, an industrious little rodent that uses its teeth as boring machines.
Naked mole rats are burrowing animals and spend all of their lives underground. Their teeth are outside of their mouths, so they can dig without swallowing dirt. They're also used for fighting off invaders and predators. But the amazing thing about them is that they can be moved individually for more precise digging and to carefully carry their babies.
Sure enough, when her friend the dentist looked at Judy's mouth, he was pleased to see her healthy gums and teeth.
When Meanie comes near, there is always trouble. She shakes her horns at any animal in her way.
The lives of herbivores are dangerous and full of stress. Predators on the prowl, battles for their role in society, and the constant search for food leaves them little time to relax.
Luckily, some of them have evolved tools to make their lives a bit easier. Headgear.
King could easily push his head through a fence or wall. However, the buffalo in captivity have forgotten their wild ways and do not realize their strength.
Horns and antlers are super useful tools that started out as single-purpose structures and quickly became vital to the survival of their species.
Horns and antlers were originally weapons for males to fight other males with, and to this day continues to be their main usage. But it has expanded to be a sort of symbol of success and power for these males.
Ungulates are the kings of horns and antlers.
Almost every species of ungulate has some sort of fighting apparatus on their head. Most large species, like moose and water buffalo, have large headgear, while smaller species, such as vampire deer, tend to have tusks or fangs instead.
But how did they get so big? That's a question that we're still looking for definitive answers to.
Growing up is a strange and exciting experience, full of pleasure, pain, and wonder. During this period, size increases, but the body is out of proportion. Head large, legs small.
One of the theories is that as primitive mammals got bigger, they began to use their head as a weapon. Their head, of course, was also getting bigger, and their skull started packing more of a punch. During combat, animals would stand side by side and hit each other on the head until one of them rolled over or gave up. Over time, thicker skulls and headgear developed as tools to win these fights, either by wrestling like deer or ramming like bighorn sheep.
At the same time, they became defensive weapons against predators.
Many thousands of years ago, our prehistoric ancestors were forced to protect themselves against the larger animals, even some of those that they later learned to use.
Lions had a new reason to worry about attacking a large buffalo, and they became display organs when females began favoring males with larger horns or antlers. Smaller ungulates tend to live in more dense forest, so it's more practical to have fangs than big headgear.
When fighting in close quarters in the dark, it's easier to use a knife than a baseball bat.
In more open environments, headgear now has two uses. One, to fight your enemies, and two, to win the fight before it even starts. In fights, usually the bigger guy with the bigger horns or antlers wins. But even in winning battles, there's a good chance of injuries.
The best case scenario is having headgear so big that it intimidates your rivals and prevents them from wanting to fight.
This creates open societies where hierarchies can be established with very little fighting.
But enough theory. Let's take a look at some of the coolest horns and antlers in the animal kingdom. First, the rammers.
The ibex has huge horns that can be up to 1 meter long. These mountain goats fight in perilous conditions where a bad step can lead to a lethal stumble. If you're an ibex in a fight, what you really want is for your rival to stumble down the mountain and never come back up. Its cousin, the markhor, aka the screwhorn, is also a mountain dweller, and its fights consist of getting the high ground and ramming its opponents down the hill. Males can weigh over 100 kilograms, and their horns can be up to 100 centimeters long. The North American bighorn sheep dwarfs the other rammers. Males, also known as rams, can weigh up to 230 kilograms, and their horns weigh as much as the rest of their bones combined. So it goes without saying, don't get into a headbutting match with a ram.
Moving on to the wrestlers, we have pretty much all the bovines and the ungulates with antlers.
Despite the stereotype, bulls don't chase after the color red or ram anything that moves. They actually prefer to grapple each other to the ground. The giant eland has huge and tightly spiraled horns, which can be up to 120 centimeters long. These African badasses have never been domesticated, as they're too strong and temperamental for people to handle.
If they can fight off a lion, they can probably fight off a cowboy.
Buffaloes are also a tasty but dangerous meal to predators. Though they're relatively docile, their horns are long and sharp and can easily gore predators to death.
Some species can weigh up to a ton, so this is not an animal that you want to wrestle.
Buffalo are not tame and do not make good pets. They cannot be trusted because you never know what they will do.
Among domestic breeds, the coolest one is the Ankole Watusi, whose horns are about 1 meter in circumference. They keep growing throughout their life and can get to over 2 meters long.
The two main differences between horns and antlers are that horns have a keratin sheath and antlers are made entirely out of bone, but also, horns are permanent and antlers shed every year.
Among the coolest antlers, we have the moose and the red deer. Moose have palm leaf-shaped antlers. In some subspecies, they can be up to 1.8 meters across. They help them show off their strength, fight predators and foes, and possibly work as a parabolic antenna to help them hear better. Each winter, they shed their antlers, as they're big, heavy, and radiate a lot of heat, so they're a major inconvenience. During the spring, they start growing again at an incredible 20 centimeters a week.
It's one of the fastest growing animal tissues on Earth.
Red deer have twig-like antlers. They're not as massive as mooses, at just over 1 meter long, but they get a special mention for growing at about 2.5 centimeters a day. So, they can grow their huge set in just over a month, just in time for the mating season.
Ungulates are not the only horned animals. Among reptiles, there's a number of predators with really impressive headgear.
Most desert horned vipers have horns, but not all of them. Even within one litter, some are born with horns and others with just a big brow. Nobody is sure why they have these structures, but they seem to be either for eye protection, as camouflage, or as tools to break the outline of their heads. Some chameleons, such as the Jackson chameleon and the four-horn chameleon, have horns, which are apparently used to defend territory. Just like ungulates, having big horns is a good sign that they're not to be messed with.
Finally, we have insects. Though there are many species with head protrusions, I want to focus on two of my favorite horn wrestlers.
Rough and tumble is right. It's every man for himself.
Some large beetles, such as the Atlas, Hercules, and rhino beetles, have horns as long as their whole body, and they use them to wrestle challengers off branches. These are some of the largest beetles in the world, and also the strongest fighters.
The rainbow scarab is one of the coolest looking beetles in the world.
They have an amazing iridescent metal sheen and a big ol' horn to fight each other. If they look a bit familiar, it's because we've talked about their family before. These are dung beetles, and when they fight, they usually fight for access to the freshest pile of poo.
Delightful.
At a salon in San Mateo, a noted hairstylist feathers his nest with original ideas, like putting feathers on Milady's hairdo and calling it the parakeet.
Stylish hair may not be the best survival strategy, but weaponized hair, that's another story. Some otherwise harmless animals have turned their hair or fins into spikes and needles to defend themselves from potential predators.
In the present picture, the pricking is the stimulus, and the reaction is a quick withdrawal of the hand.
You're entering a world of pain. These are nature's greatest spines and quills.
Spines are one of nature's simplest and most effective forms of self-defense. They're found in plants, fungi, and of course, animals.
In most cases, spines make an animal more noticeable. They're still vulnerable to large predators, but the hunters know they'll take home a painful souvenir if they decide to attack.
The energy used for the pricking is very small, but the resulting reaction involves generally a much larger amount of energy. This is characteristic of all manifestations of irritability.
This is a form of aposematism that makes the predators learn from their pain and makes them less likely to attack another spiny prey item. In mammals, the most common form of spine are modified hairs. These long tubes of keratin are not only sharp, but they're designed for maximum suffering and damage.
The porcupine depends on the growing tops of trees for food. But as he eats, he deforms and may kill the tree.
Porcupines have some of the gnarliest quills in the world. A regular-sized individual has about 30,000 barbed quills. Each of them is perfectly engineered to puncture and get stuck in flesh. When cornered, porcupines will back into their predators and whack them with their spiky tail. Studies on North American porcupines have shown that the barbed quills only need half as much force to penetrate skin than a quill that has had its barbs removed. But it takes 4 times more force to take it out than to take out a barbless quill.
Easy on the way in, hard on the way out. Don't mess with porcupines.
Their tiny cousins, the hedgehogs, have a slightly different strategy. Their quills don't break off like a porcupine's quills. Instead, they're firmly attached to their skin so that when they roll into a ball, they turn into adorably painful lawn urchins. Hedgehogs have roughly 5,000 quills, each of them so strong that you could lift a hedgehog by a single quill without breaking it. Not that you should.
Only large predators like badgers are able to get through their defenses, though foxes have been observed urinating on them to try and get them to open up.
Echidnas have a similar strategy to hedgehogs, even though their lineages diverged over 150 million years ago. They roll into spiky balls to protect their soft bellies. Their quills are thicker and more spread apart than those of porcupines and hedgehogs. They're also filled with a foam-like substance. The result is an almost unbendable spine that makes predators wonder if echidna meat is worth the hassle.
To many predators, the answer is unfortunately yes. In Madagascar, the spiny tenrecs are the kings of spines.
Convergent evolution has made some species, like the hedgehog tenrec, look almost exactly like an actual hedgehog, even though tenrecs are more closely related to elephants than to other spiky mammals. Their spines protect them from predators like fusas, and, more amazingly, they also play a part in communication. One species, the lowland streaked tenrec, has a patch of specialized spines called stridulating quills that can be rubbed against each other to produce sound. This is pretty similar to the way crickets make their chirps.
Crickets are the canaries of the insect world. They sing by rubbing their wings together.
Studies are still ongoing, but it seems that spiny tenrecs use their sounds to communicate with each other while foraging and to warn predators that they're a painful snack. This is the only known instance of stridulation, the act of producing a sound by rubbing different body parts together, in mammals. I'll pause and let you make your jokes.
Wild, flagrant abuses of the God-given gift of sex.
Spines are a lot more common in reptiles than in mammals, and here, keratin is the most commonly used material. Found in Australia, thorny dragons are easily the coolest spiky lizards. They have spines all along their bodies, and each of them is about the length of a thorn from a rose. Their excessive spines protect them from predators like large reptiles and birds of prey.
Thorny dragons are easy to catch, but not necessarily the kind of thing you want to go through your digestive system. No.
Well, Bill, now you know what might have caused your stomach ache. Why you feel so bad. Why you'll stay in bed until you feel better.
Their cousins and neighbors, the bearded dragons, have evolved to look thorny. Their tiny keratin spines are unlikely to harm any predators. Their strategy consists simply of looking as unappetizing and aggressive as possible. If a predator calls their bluff, it's game over. Across the globe, in Texas, there are horned lizards with a similar strategy. The creatively named Texas horned lizard have spines all along their bodies to startle their predators. The spines in their head are actually made of bone, which gives them their name, though something tells me Drogon would be more appropriate. If their spikes don't scare off their predators, they can also shoot blood out of their eyes.
Most predators balk at the sight of blood jet streams, but birds don't seem to mind. At all. Like, they're actually kind of into it.
In the insect world, there are thousands of spiny species. Several stick and leaf insects have spines to accurately mimic thorny plants. Several caterpillar species have thorns, often equipped with irritating agents to protect themselves.
A caterpillar is a growing up stage in the life of a moth or butterfly. The caterpillar hatches from the egg and spends his time eating leaves.
My favorite, though, is the giant prickly stick insect. This Australian species can be up to 20 centimeters long. If spotted by a predator, it adopts a threat pose, making itself look like a scorpion and displaying its spines. Another badass prickly invertebrate is the spined spider, also known as the spined microthena. These tiny spiders are just about 1 centimeter long, but they make up for their small size with amazing spines along their abdomen.
If you're ever hiking in the Rocky Mountains and walk through a spider web, take a close look. You might just be in the presence of one of the coolest little arachnids. Just make sure it doesn't go in your ears.
Finally, we go to the sea. Many fish species have spines, which are often used to inject venom. Pufferfish advertise their toxicity with little spikes. A single pufferfish has enough venom to kill over 20 adult men, and there is no antidote. Lionfish are beautiful, but deadly.
Beneath those colorful, fluttering draperies are sharp spines, loaded with a poison which burns with an agonizing pain like liquid fire.
These killer queens have 18 venomous spines that can easily kill predators. Only some super predators such as bobbit worms, morays, and sharks can take them down. In areas where they've become invasive, such as the Caribbean, they thrive due to the lack of effective predators. Sharks are being trained to kill them, but they would rather go for less spicy prey. Last but not least, we have the magnificent sea urchins. There are over 1,000 species across the world. Their body plan is basically a sack of organs surrounded by movable spines. If touched by a predator or by an unsuspecting beachgoer, their spines perforate the skin. Once inside, they break off and release venom. This causes severe pain that can last for days. So if you're ever at the beach, make sure to wear wading shoes. Removing sea urchin spines from your toes sounds like a crummy way to spend your holiday.
And is this a flower growing underwater? Why, it's alive. A sea anemone.
Nature's predators are equipped with all sorts of weapons. Fangs, venom, claws. There's a million ways to die in the West. And while some prey species have evolved to be poisonous, hard to find, or simply faster than their predators, others have gone a different way. Unable to outmaneuver the animals that try to snack on them, they became hard candy. If you gotta be dumb, you gotta be tough.
For their protection against wild animals.
These are nature's greatest tanks. Shields up.
It immediately withdraws into the snug shelter of its shell and waits patiently within its well-designed fortress until the enemy departs.
Mammals are generally softer than other animals, and armored mammals are very rare. But some of those who've turned skin into shields have prospered for millions of years. Armadillos are probably the first armored mammal you can think of. They're iconic. These hard boys are found mostly in Latin America, and their name is Spanish for the little armored one. There are over 20 different species ranging in size from the diminutive pink fairy armadillo to the humongous giant armadillo. Their armor is made of osteoderms, or dermal bones, that protect them from predators like jaguars and ocelots. My favorite species is the three-banded armadillo. They're unique in that they can bend themselves into an almost perfect ball at the first sight of danger. The largest armadillos are about 1.5 meters long, but if you had to take a stroll along the Amazon 20,000 years ago, you could have seen their cousins, the glyptodons. These armored tanks were about the size of a car, and some had spiny tails. They had to duke it out with saber-toothed cats, terror birds, and short-faced bears on a daily basis, so protection was necessary. One of the most alien-looking mammals on Earth is the pangolin. They're the only mammals with scales, but unfortunately, those scales are driving them to extinction. Pangolins are found in Africa and Southeast Asia, environments full of predators. Their thick, overlapping keratin scales give them protection without sacrificing flexibility. When threatened, they can curl up into a ball, hiding their face behind their thick tail. Their scales protect them from being eaten, but also provide a secondary advantage. They protect the scaly cuties from cuts, which in the wild often lead to bacterial infections and death. It's sadly ironic that their most advanced feature has led them to be overhunted by humans. Their scales have been used to make badass warrior armors, but most often they've been hunted for use in traditional Chinese medicine.
Of the 8 species, 3 are critically endangered and 3 are endangered. This is because over 100,000 live pangolins are transported to China every year, making them the most trafficked animal in the world. Thankfully, the Chinese government recently removed pangolin scales from their list of permitted traditional medicines. With added protections, their populations might recover slightly in the next couple of decades.
Well, at this point, my friends, I wish to make it clear that the obscenity I'm talking about were not bought on the sly from under the counter. They can be bought openly by anyone in drugstores, groceries, delicatessens, terminals, malt shops, cigar stores, newsstands, all over the community.
Staying in South Asia, we find the animal version of the tank, the Indian rhinoceros. These thick-skinned chunks are surprisingly sensitive.
The tank, with its force and scope, is capable of carrying on a small war all alone.
Their protective plates are made of yet another material, hide. They need it mostly to protect themselves from each other, as rhino fights do get a bit out of hand sometimes. Their thick hide creates large segmented plates that protects the rhino while conserving agility. Despite shattering the scale at 3 tons, they can run at over 50 kilometers an hour.
The drawbacks of having a hide armor, as opposed to one made of bone or keratin, is that it's vulnerable to cuts, infections, sunburns, and even parasites, like leeches or ticks.
On the other hand, the folds and warts in the armor give them more surface area, which makes it easier to thermoregulate.
Extra strength, double protection provide a protective armor shell.
The reptile world is full of armor. From the dinosaurs to the modern turtles, they have a long, proud tradition of not letting themselves be chewed easily.
Perhaps the greatest armored beast that ever lived, the Ankylosaurus was well equipped to fight off T-Rex. They were about 7 meters long and had plates of bone lining their body from their neck to their tail, which had a large club at the end to hammer opponents.
The alligator snapping turtle and the Matamata turtle are the only living reptiles to get even close to them in armor design.
Uh-oh, the top of a cage is open and the inmates have escaped. Well, here's one of them. That was a tortoise. Rather odd thing for a dog to collect, but he did it.
Their shells are thick, rigid, and pointy in some parts. They not only make them tough to catch, but also help them blend in with the irregular riverbeds and ponds where they live. If discovered, they have powerful bites to remind you to keep your hands to yourself, or else they'll bite them off.
Their shells are made out of their ribs, which are connected by dermal bone to create a shield. It's a strategy that's been working for over 200 million years, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Among lizards, the most interesting armor belongs to the armadillo-girdled lizard. These little South African reptiles have plates made of modified scales and dermal bone. They also bite their tail when threatened. This makes them larger and harder for predators to grasp.
Their main predators are mongooses, which are unable to penetrate the armor of a full-grown armadillo-girdled lizard. Their shield is as hard as saying their name 10 times in a row. Go ahead, try it. I dare you.
But in areas with fewer trees, where they're more exposed to birds of prey, they have evolved to have lighter armor in order to be faster, as this gives them a better chance of survival.
Among invertebrates, armor is a lot more common. Insects have exoskeletons, so in a way, they're all armored.
The skeleton of an insect is outside its body and is called an exoskeleton. Yes, this is real war.
But their invertebrate cousins, the doughy-bodied mollusks, do need armor, and they've learned that they can make them both functional and stylish.
The handsome tiger cowrie builds a remarkably strong shell and crawls slowly through the coral pools with the ponderous invulnerability of an armored tank.
There are thousands of shelled mollusk species, from the striped beauty of the nautilus shell to the alien-like qualities of the giant clam and the complex architecture of the queen conch. Different species have built their own armor according to their needs. The majority of them are made out of calcium carbonate, but the scalyfoot snail evolved to make their shells more hardcore.
Literally.
These deep-sea creatures use iron from their environment to make the outer layer of their shell.
These are iron snails. Thanos be warned.
They're the only known species to do this. The reason why they need to make themselves ironclad is still unclear, but it might help them survive extreme temperatures.
And finally, we have the cheeky animals that learned that it might be easier to reuse old armor than to make it.
Hermit crabs don't make their own shells, and instead, they find used snail shells to hide in. They have evolved to fit them almost perfectly and will change shells as they grow. Luckily, there's always a slightly larger crab that is also moving into new digs.
If shells are scarce, crabs will fight and kill each other for the rights to empty shells.
Although the crab's back, head, and nippers are heavily armored, it has a very tender tail with a thin, sensitive skin. In a flash, it tucks its tender tail into safety. Over goes the shell, and away it scuttles.
Similarly, the coconut octopus learned to make use of coconuts and clamshells to make a fortress. In some cases, they'll even grab multiple shells with their suckers and arrange them around their soft body to protect themselves.
This might be one of the earliest instances of tool use in nature. They might be one of the smartest animals on Earth.
Long ago, science established the fact that animal organs and tissues isolated from the whole organism can be maintained in a living state.
If you're a wild animal, there's a very high chance another animal thinks you look like a snack. When faced with imminent death, most animals' fight-or-flight instinct kicks in. But some animals have evolved to simply turn into a gross carcass. This is apparent death.
The experiment begins. The heart has stopped. The dog is dead.
Thanatosis, or apparent death, is named after the Greek god of death and is usually a last-ditch survival strategy for when everything else has failed.
After 10 to 12 days, the dog returns to its normal state. After the experiment, dogs live for years, they grow, they put on weight, and have families.
Even the largest and most dangerous animals are vulnerable to predators at some point in their lives, and for animals that can't outrun or fight off their attackers, playing dead has become a surprisingly effective defense strategy. The most accomplished of these actors are so good at it that the nickname for the concept has been named after them, the opossum. These American marsupials bank on their predator's natural instinct to avoid rotten food. When threatened, the opossum starts salivating and releases a nauseating substance out of its anal glands that smells like a decaying carcass. It doesn't make them poisonous to predators, but it does make them lose their appetites.
Releasing stinky gases and substances is a crucial part of the process, and this technique has evolved convergently in many mammals, reptiles, and insects.
So, Stinky Baby, you're just going to have to learn to stay inside. You wouldn't want to be dead, would you?
Though the stinkiest of them all is a little desert beetle.
The blue death-feigning beetle's very unoriginal name is a testament to their acting prowess. They live in the Sonoran Desert, an environment with hundreds of predators. Luckily for them, many predators, such as spiders, are only interested in their juicy insides. By playing dead and stinking like an old dead bug, they trick the predators into thinking they've been dead for a while and have dried out. And nobody likes dry food in the desert.
Thanatosis works better against predators that take their prey back to their nest. This buys the prey time and gives them the opportunity to escape later on. A good example of this is snakes.
Thanatosis occurs in several snake families and can be effective against both birds of prey and mammals. When touched by a predator, they contort themselves like a gangster dying in an 80s action movie, and then lay still. This western hognose thought it was being real slick when doing this terrible acting job. You're tearing me apart, Lisa!
We have to cut them some slack though, they're not consciously acting dead. Thanatosis is thought to be an involuntary fear response, where the animal gets so scared that it passes out and sometimes empties the contents of its bowels. Hey, we've all been there.
There is always waste to get rid of when your engine uses the food you eat for fuel. Good toilet practices means getting rid of the waste at the right times in the right ways.
Domesticated animals usually have their fear responses bred out of them, but you can still see remnants of it in chickens. Hypnotizing chickens has been a common pastime for kids and farms all over the world. You draw a line in front of a chicken, and their fear response gets triggered, immobilizing the chicken. The record for longest chicken hypnosis is 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Not every fear response is triggered by a predator. In some cases, the mere sight of a stranger can knock an animal out.
This is an ant hill. In fact, it's an ant city, and a good-sized one. You see, ants are what we call social insects. They live in communities.
In the ant world, war is an everyday occurrence. Fire ants, in particular, are notoriously territorial, and when they encounter neighbors from other colonies, it's on like Donkey Kong. Young workers play dead, while older workers go into full fighting mode. The young have softer exoskeletons and don't do well in jaw-to-jaw combat, so by playing dead, they make their enemies focus on the older warriors.
Though it's not exactly the same, some animals feign death not to avoid predators, but to attract prey. This is a form of aggressive mimicry.
Sleeper cichlid fish from Lake Malawi have elevated their play acting into a hunting strategy. When on the prowl, the fish pretends to be dead and sinks down the water column. Their skin is patchy and seemingly rotten and attracts smaller fish to take a bite of this free meal. But if it seems too good to be true, it usually is. When they're in range, the cichlid wakes up and gobbles the smaller fish up.
Finally, we have my favorite form of death feigning, performed by the brush-footed butterfly, and they are absolute queens.
By the way, do you know how to tell a butterfly from a moth?
Females of several species get to choose who to mate with, and they can mate multiple times, which leads to constant attention from males. Butterbros will approach the females when they're relaxing on a leaf or just having a drink of water. If females are not interested, they move to another leaf, and the males usually get the hint. But if they don't, and keep harassing them, the females play dead and drop down all the way to the ground as if struck by lightning.
Sounds like a great exit strategy for awkward social situations.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 adult butterflies chilling out on the table, playing dead.
Warning, this episode is very graphic. If you don't want to see a maggot in a human ear, turn back now. In the past, we've talked about insects that lay their eggs in other insects. Jewel wasps that zombify cockroaches, green-eyed wasps that turn ladybugs into cocoons, and barnacles that turn crabs into castrated egg incubators. But some insects have bigger ambitions and lay their eggs in much larger prey, like humans. This is meiosis.
The maggots immediately commence feeding on the decaying food matter in which they find themselves.
these germ-laden flies may bring her the unwanted gift of a bad tummy ache.
Meiosis, or fly strike, is part of the developmental cycle of many species of flies. It's just a really gut-wrenching way for fly moms to ensure their babies have enough food.
Houseflies lay their eggs anywhere they find the kind of media or food on which the fly larvae can feed when they hatch. The pearly white eggs are so tiny that 150 of them can rest on a pencil point.
This episode is going to be absolutely horrific, so to balance it out, here's a baby otter. The larvae, or maggots, need a handy source of food to grow until they're ready to pupate. Many species lay their eggs on decaying or rotting matter, which is why maggots are useful in forensics. But some species prefer fresher meals and have adapted to have their babies feed on the tissue of living animals. There are several ways fly larvae can be deposited, and they're all absolutely horrifying. The most common way is to lay eggs directly on skin. The mom looks for a soft, warm place, such as a cow leg or a human neck, to lay an egg.
The female fly has a long tube or ovipositor through which the eggs are laid. A single housefly lays an average of 100 to 150 eggs at a time.
About 8 hours later, the egg hatches. Some maggots have sharp, curved mouth parts to help them cut through flesh, access food, and find the most desirable resting spots. Their mouth parts also make them look like mini walruses. I never thought I'd say this, but that maggot is adorable. After finding a suitable area in the subcutaneous tissue, it begins to feed and stays there until it's ready to pupate. Inflammation and bacterial infections follow soon after. These infections can get pretty bad really quickly, as the scent of the maggots of some species, like blowflies, attracts more flies to lay their eggs. A bad blowfly infestation can kill its host in a matter of days. While in the host's flesh, some species of larvae use enzymes in their poo and grinders in their mouth to break down proteins. This helps them grow very fast. In the right conditions, some species can go from egg to pupa in less than a week, though some take longer to develop. Botflies, for example, can stay under the skin for up to a year. Okay, that's enough botflies. Here's a baby tapir. Huh? Look how cute he is.
Meanwhile, man's ancient enemy continues to multiply.
In humans, meiosis is most commonly caused by the Dubeau fly in Africa and the human botfly in Central and South America. The human botfly, Dermatobia hominis, is a parasite of many mammals, including monkeys and, of course, humans. Instead of risking getting close to their host, it uses secondary vectors such as mosquitoes and ticks. The botfly grabs these insects and lays their eggs on them. When they bite a host, the eggs fall off, hatch, and the larvae enter the body. Botflies can live in muscle and skin tissue, but they're also known to live in the host's pharynx, gut system, and internal organs. Luckily, they can't live in infected tissue, so their fly strike, though large and long-lasting, are generally less lethal than in other species. If you get a human botfly fly strike, do not try to remove it with a pair of tweezers. This can break the larva and leave dead pieces of larva under the skin, which can cause septic shock. Antiparasitic medications are usually the safest bet, especially when the larva is in insensitive areas such as the eyelid. Then it jumps out of the wound and buries itself in the ground until its metamorphosis is complete. Having maggots under your skin is pretty freaking gross, but when they live in areas other than the skin, they can cause permanent tissue damage.
Now, if you will lend me your ears while watching this picture on the screen, I will tell you about these invisible waves.
In oral myosis, the maggots feed on the soft tissue of the middle ear. In some cases, they can go to the brain and damage it due to the inflammation it creates and the bacterial infections it causes.
The first symptoms are generally crawling sensations and buzzing noises, so that's something to keep your eye on for the rest of your life.
Myosis in the eyelid is relatively common, but the damage is much worse in the rare cases when the maggot enters the eye. It can cause hemorrhage and detachment of the retina and invasion of the optic nerve, which can cause permanent blindness in the affected eye.
Time for another cute break. Here's a baby quokka.
Now, a new generation of flies is ready to carry on the spread of filth and disease.
When myosis happens to people, it's generally treated very quickly.
But when it happens to our pets and livestock, it's much harder to diagnose and treat. The sheep botfly alone causes over $150 million in losses every year.
This has created economic incentives to fight these flies with everything we got.
There have been several attempts to combat the different fly species that cause myosis. One of the most successful ones took place in the US and Mexico, where millions of large, sterile primary screw flies were released to mate with fertile flies.
Within the last decade, radioactive cobalt-60 has been used to sterilize millions of pupae of the male screwworm fly, whose parasitic larvae, breeding in the flesh of cattle, deer, and other animals, posed a major problem to our livestock industry in the southern half of the nation.
After several generations, the sterile screw flies outcompeted the wild ones, and the species was completely eradicated in North America in 1991.
Earlier successes have fueled research to prevent and combat future outbreaks.
One of the projects consists of making synthetic odor baits to attract the flies and get them to lay their eggs there instead of on animals.
But not everything about maggots is the worst thing you've ever heard. We've actually been using them since ancient times.
Fly strike has been amazingly useful in medicine. Some maggots specialize in dead tissue, so they can be used to clean necrotic tissue in live animals and humans. The treatment consists of inserting 5 to 10 chemically disinfected maggots per square centimeter of wound for 4 days. During this period, maggots secrete a fluid that breaks down dead tissue and bacteria into a soup that they can ingest. In the US alone, there are over 300 facilities where you can get maggot therapy to stimulate healing.
Well, this has been enough maggot talk to last for a few years. I'm going to go home now and watch videos of baby seals. Actually, let's watch baby seal videos together. They do not have myosis.
My cat is, she's grabbing my butt from the other side of this curtain, and she's got her paws up, and she's trying to climb up on me.
If that's not justice, I don't know what is.
So these are mosquitoes that get bitten by me.
Yeah, man. Boom! Right in their mosquito faces. Eat it. Poop, 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 poop. Eat poop, 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 poop.
I'm saying this too many times.
A bad blowfly infestation can kill its host in a matter of days. Can you say that, Dylan?
Bad blowfly infestation.
Yeah, infestation. Yeah, you see, that's the problem. These jerks want me to say a bad blowfly infestation. A bad blowfly infestation.
Their shield is as hard as saying their name 10 times in a row. Armadillo girdled lizard. Full-grown monitor lizard girdled thing. The armor of an armadillo girdled lizard. Of a full-grown armadillo girdled lizard. Arg! Full-grown. I can't do it. Armadillo girdled lizard. Why do I have such trouble with this? Full-grown armadillo girdled lizard. Full-grown armadillo girdled lizard. I've been practicing. Go ahead and try it. I dare you. And sometimes releases the contents of its bowels. Hey, we've all been there.
Sorry, I don't understand.
What? Freaking Google over here doesn't have any bowels.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google, stop. Nebs, don't knock that over. Oh, God. Ugh.
Come along for now, partners.